Hello, everyone. We are starting early because Donald Trump has met with some black pastors, and he's speaking live right now in New York City. So let's go listen to him speak.
I want to tell you, they are really, really smart, sharp, amazing people who love their community, who love the country, and love their community. I didn't see it.
Mr. Trump, today Governor Christie said that Muslims celebrating in New Jersey on 9/11, today he said that never happened and you should stop talking about it.
Well, you know, he didn't say that the other day. He was very weak the other day. So the other day he said it like, well, he doesn't know. And now I guess he feels a little bit emboldened. He must be careful with what he says.
Why do you think that video hasn't surfaced? Why do you think that video?
Well, we'll see what surfaces.
ABC has dug into our archives.
Let's see what surfaces. You'll see. I can tell you this. I've had hundreds and hundreds of calls and tweets of people that saw it, and plenty of people saw it. Well, he's got to say that. I mean, he expects to be. But I think that I will be leading in every poll and leading by actually very wide margins. So I think I will be. I'm not tied with him. Since when am I tied? I'm 2 points ahead. See, if anybody else, I'm 2 points ahead. Anybody else would say you're leading. With me, they say you're tied. Oh, I think I'm going to win in Iowa, and I think we're going to win in New Hampshire, and I think we're going to win just about everywhere we go, and every poll is against that. And having the help of... And I appreciate it so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you very much.
We had a wonderful time in the meeting. We made a lot of progress. It's not the last one.
Thank you all. This going to Georgia. I'll see you in Georgia. You go to Georgia.
Trump, this originally was supposed to be a press conference for endorsement.
Step right here. Thank you.
He got my hip back here.
Sorry about that. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Once again, this is Donald Trump live. He just met with a group of black pastors in New York City, speaking to the press now, and we're carrying these live images in courtesy of Fox in New York.
Praying about it. They said we have to go pray about it, and then they'll come back and endorse in future time.
I have a lot of it. Do I have energy? Whoa. Do I have? I'm leaving right now for Georgia. Bye, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Where you at?
Hey, it's Noah. Hey, so you want anything? Okay, let me try to PC.
Paul,
Where are you? Get in there. Come on.
I was trying to find you.
Come on here, would you?
If one is racist, that means that they are energetically opposed to this certain race. I mean, if you look at racism is based upon the suppression or the elimination of another race. He's not like that.
But they say he discounts Black Lives Matter, and that's important to the African American community.
No. He didn't discount Black Lives Matter. He did not know a lot about Black Lives Matter. We discussed Black Lives Matter upstairs, and we're going to continue to have more discussions on it. But he says, as a number of Caucasians say, all lives matter. Right. You have to understand, if he's the president, he's not the president of the white people, he's not the president of the black people, he's not the president of the Latino, he's the president of all Americans. And so I really believe he's looking at all Americans with through the same lens, that he doesn't distinguish.
Dr. Scott, what do you think of Black Lives Matter? Hi.
I think Black lives do matter. I think black preachers matter too. And I think the representatives of Black Lives Matter shouldn't criticize black preachers for exchanging in a dialogue with one who they perceive to be anti-black. We did something that they should have been able to do. They should have been able to reach out to Mr. Trump and have this dialogue. We're having it and we're being criticized for it. I can't understand
What
it.
about the protester who was kicked and punched at a Trump rally?
It's very unfortunate that happened. Nobody endorses that man getting beat up. We talked about that upstairs.
Mr. Trump said that he probably deserved it.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I really believe the person that disrupted that crowd, if that had been me, I'd have picked a different battlefield. I would have surveyed my environment. No, what I'm saying is this. If I go into a concert and I intentionally go in with the intent of disrupting the concert and I rush up on the stage, I'll be taken down and forcibly removed. If I go to a baseball game and run out on the ball field, I'll be taken down, forcibly removed.
My question is more about...
the crowd, Mr. Trump didn't order that guy to get beat up. The crowd responded.
No, he didn't. But after, when he was asked about it, he said the guy probably deserved it. He probably deserved to get roughed up.
Well,
so
no, I'm not in agreement with that.
Okay.
But you know what? I'm not in agreement with everything my brother and sister say. So no, I'm not in agreement with that, and we talked about that. Then that's an adjustment. That's an adjustment. That's an adjustment he has to make. That's an adjustment he has to make.
Supporting him, don't you have to come to terms with that as well?
I don't have to support every single thing he says. Everything he says, he doesn't support everything I say. I don't support everything you say. I watch CNN. I don't support everything CNN stands for. But what I'm saying is, it's been said. We discussed it. We addressed it. We put it to bed.
Do you think everybody at this meeting today will end up endorsing him?
I don't know. I don't want to speak for everybody.
What do you think? The majority? Half? Quarter?
You're going to just try to get an answer out of me?
Curious.
After this meeting,
come on. After this meeting,
you'll see more endorsements.
You'll see more people that are more vocal.
Because we've had the opportunity to see his heart. Right. And he also addressed some of those issues. Just like you probably already said.
Nobody held their tongue in that meeting. Right. Every issue that we felt.
What was the big issue?
There was no big issue. There were just several.
What were they not holding their tongue about?
About anything.
Well, give me one thing.
It was a private meeting. My God.
And then some of the things you're bringing up.
We talked about the need to create more jobs for the African American community. We talked about repairing our urban blight, repairing America's infrastructure. We talked about having the states control the curriculum, getting our people back on school boards. We talked about that, and we talked about what we perceive to be racially insensitive comments. And he pledged that he would endeavor to be more sensitive going forward.
What were the racially insensitive?
You tell me what they were.
What about that tweet? You know, the tweet with the
We talked
with
about the
bogus
tweet.
crime stats.
We talked about the tweet, and he didn't say anything to us that he hasn't already said to the media. So there's no need for me to rehash it.
Right.
We brought up the tweet, and the same thing he said to the media, it came to me, and I put it out, and maybe next time I'll fact check better.
Do you understand why some people might think that you guys are being disrespectful to the black community?
Do you think we're being disrespectful to the black community?
I'm saying what
I'm
I
just
heard.
asking you, do you think we're being
Listen,
disrespectful
we
to
have
the
a
black
heart
community?
for the inner city. We have churches in the inner city. So we're the leaders in the inner city. And one of the things is the high unemployment. I mean, my goodness, the welfare. And so we talked about his economic plan. We talked about his tax and things he's going to do. Bring companies back.
If there was a big issue, that was the big issue.
That's right.
The big issue was the jobs issue. While we're worried about rhetoric and different sayings and things that have gone and viral, so to speak, in the media, no one's talking about his ability. No one's talking about the problems that we have in the inner city. And we brought him up in the meeting, and he's addressed it, talking about tax incentives and such. And that's what needs to be the focus right now, not whether or not some tweet was fact-checked or whether or not the convention center security handled someone. These are the things that the media is stuck on when we should be on to other things. Our house is on fire and nobody's talking about bringing a fire truck except Donald Trump.
So how many pastors ended up attending today? I know 100.
Well over 100.
Well over 100.
Well over 100.
Well over 100.
And
Pastor
how
James
many do you
Davis,
think are
after 100.
endorsing?
I couldn't say, but there's a large portion. Many of them endorsed.
Were there any that expressed like outright disagreement with Trump?
No.
No.
Hold on.
Total positive media.
No, nobody, everybody there loves him. Everybody in attendance loves. He's a different Donald Trump than they thought he was. Any closing remarks?
Thank you so much. Katie from the Georgia rally, remember?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like Katie.
Thank you so much for
Don't
talking
throw
to me.
me
I
under the
really
bus.
appreciate it.
You
Well,
got my
I
number.
gave you a call today. I left you a message.
Reverend?
You might want to see him change or do better.
Anyway, talk to you later.
Thank you.
Rather than, I see things with Trump are positive and stuff.
When-
What do you
when-
think
when-
you can change it and make him better in general as a candidate?
I don't really believe I'm qualified to speak on that. I think he's doing a tremendous job as a candidate because, he is leading in the polls. So whatever he's doing is working. Once again, we made history today. Our goal was to establish an avenue of exchange with Donald Trump, and it's been done today. It's historic. And now we have his ear. We have a pledge from him of continued dialogue. We're going to meet with him on a regular basis. And even when the campaign is over, win or lose, we're going to continue to have a partnership between Donald Trump and the African American community that will provide jobs and provide resources. My brother brought out to him about investing in our communities as a public, from a federal standpoint, or as a private citizen, as the Trump organization, investing in our communities and different things like that. We talked about all of that.
He's making us more business-minded versus gimme-minded.
And why Trump and not Carson or Rubio?
Well,
Carson and Rubio didn't call me.
okay. And here's another thing. Donald Trump is a billionaire businessman. The country's in $19 trillion in debt. We need somebody running this country that has the capability.
All right, guys, we have been interrupted. No more video coming in from New York. Instead, we're getting this video in from Colorado. The Planned Parenthood suspect appears in court for the first time.
Does the district attorney know the next step is that we'll have another hearing in Division 10. At the next court date, there'll be the formal statement of charges against you. Does the district attorney know when that you'll be ready to file the charges?
Talking with your staff earlier, I think we talked about next Wednesday at 1 or 1:30, whatever the court is.
Okay. Does the public defenders have any objection to the filing of charges next Wednesday at 1:30 in Division 10?
That would be a week.
We have 1 moment, Your Honor.
A week from Wednesday.
A week from Wednesday. Yeah, not this coming Wednesday, but a week from Wednesday.
That's fine.
So that would be the 9th, is that right? I think that's right. December 9 at 1:30? All right, December 9 at 1:30 is going to be our next court date, and that'll be in Division 10. Now, I have also received a number of other motions. Did the Public Defender's Office wish to make any statement in regard to those motions?
Judge, the only one that I wish to address are the motions for preservation of physical evidence. I would ask the court to grant that motion just so that we can ensure that any physical evidence in the case has been preserved. I am willing to defer ruling on some of the others until the next court date. I would ask the court to grant the motion for access and preservation of the crime scene. I have not had a chance to discuss with law enforcement what their intentions are vis-a-vis the crime scene or when they would be done. But we would want to be able to visit the crime scene and conduct our investigation as soon as possible upon their completion there.
Okay. Let's take one at a time. Let's talk about it first. And it's entitled D3, the motion for preservation of physical evidence. Have you seen that?
I have not, Your Honor. That has not been provided to us.
You want to take a quick look at that?
Yes, sir. On the crime scene, I can say it's something I've discussed with the police department already, and they are still working the crime scene. At the point that they feel that they have completed that, we anticipated the defense may be requesting access to it, and so that's something they can do. We are reaching out, though, to Planned Parenthood because it is their facility, and they may have some privacy issues around HIPAA and other things. So they may or may not want to be present during that also, or at least secure things that they may have some privilege concerns about, which should not affect a lot of what I would assume they're interested in the crime scene. So that's arrangements are being made. So those are the two issues that I see.
So it sounds like you can make arrangements with the council they can go out and look at the crime scene once the police are finished?
That's correct.
The court is going to grant the motion for access to preservation of the crime scene. That's D5, and I will leave it up to counsel to make those arrangements with both the district attorney, and you can coordinate those issues.
Will do.
Okay.
The only motion we've been provided to date, Your Honor, is the indication. Actually, it's not a motion; it's just a notice of indication of rights.
Right.
But we have not seen the actual written.
Judge, may I? Jeff Lindsay. We do object to the paragraph that says defendant with access on an ongoing basis to any and all items of evidence. We obviously would give them access, but we don't.
What paragraph is that?
I'm sorry, it's the first paragraph, Judge.
Okay.
We would give them access, but it would have to be through probably an investigator in our office or an investigator with the law enforcement agency.
Okay.
And then we do object to paragraph F, which includes email and text message correspondence by law enforcement and prosecution concerning the investigation of the case. We typically object to that, Judge, and we believe that is mostly work product. If there's information within any text or email that is Rule 16 material, we will provide that, but I don't think there's any other requirement that we would have to provide just all emails and all texts.
Okay.
If I may approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any further comment from counsel from the Public Defender's Office?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court is going to grant in part the motion for preservation of physical evidence. I am will grant paragraph A, paragraph B, paragraph C, paragraph D, paragraph E. The court finds that paragraph F can contain work product information. However, if there's Rule 16 information, the court obviously orders that that be provided. And I will grant also paragraph G. So 1, So it's A, B, C, D, E, part of F, and all of G. Anything else from council?
No, Your Honor. I'm assuming that if the court is going to entertain any further motion for expanded media coverage, that we would be able to discuss that before the media coverage started at the next hearing. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Anything from the district attorney?
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Court will be in
Thank you.
Please rise.
$16 safe surrenders this year and 140 total. I believe those are the only two abandonments this year. I mean, where we've come from since 2001 till now, I mean, obviously the ultimate goal is 0, but the only two abandonments I'm aware of this year is the one in Hawthorne and the one a couple of days ago. So we're getting the word out, and to all of you, we can't thank you enough. I mean, this is how the message gets out. Again, as the deputy said, you just can't imagine one so desperate that they have no one to confide in to talk about this very delicate situation affecting the life of the baby and their own life as well, too. So, well, I will tell you, I've had the opportunity on several occasions to celebrate first birthdays with safe surrenders. And knowing a child or a baby is this close to being in a dumpster or a lake or an ocean or a river or a trash can, and then seeing the joy on that baby's face at 1 year, more importantly, the 140 families that have been blessed and see the siblings going back and forth. So you just know there's a better option. And I'm thankful for the 140 mothers also that had the courage to do the right thing. And as a detective said to the mother out there now, do the right thing for yourself and for the baby. But there are options. So it becomes very personal after a while. We've celebrated the 100th saved, the 125th. In the Grand Park down there, we have the Garden of Life, where we invited the families back and the children to plant their own little trees. So it gets very emotional. I mean, I can't imagine that fine. And I'm like you, when you have those situations, it's just one of disbelief. You just cannot believe what's happening there.
Thank you all very much. Nice job.
Some of you out there might be confused and wondering why we are jumping from one thing to another. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what's happening at Fox in New York. They're sending us these random feeds. They're cutting out, they're cutting in. And it looks like we still have this feed coming in from court where the alleged Planned Parenthood shooter made his first court appearance. Not sure why it is frozen right now, but working to get that fixed for you guys, and we will have more for you in just a couple minutes.
I'm giving bars.
All right, guys, as you can see, that feed coming in from Colorado Springs is taped playback of the gunman's appearance in court today. This was his first appearance in court. The shooting took place on Friday, and it looks like that wraps up our feed from there. What I'm going to go ahead and do is take you to an event where Carly Fiorina, one of many GOP presidential candidates, is speaking. I know many of you guys in the chat room looking forward to watching Donald Trump. He'll be on in just a couple hours. Stay tuned. We'll be carrying it all right here on Fox 10 News Now.
Thank you, Father. Okay, I know most everyone has been eating, but we're going to take about 5 more minutes, let you all finish your meal, and then Ms. Fiorina will be on stage, and then we'll go with the program. Thank you.
Carly Fiorina participated in the Upstate Chamber Coalition Presidential Series from the Embassy Suites Golf Resort and Conference Center in Greenville, South Carolina. That is where this event is taking place. Stay tuned. Carly Fiorina expected to speak momentarily.
I'm sorry. So my name is Phyllis Henderson. I'm a state representative here in Greenville County, and also actually have the privilege to be Carly Fiorina for President State Director here in South Carolina. And I want to welcome all you here, and also say thank you to the Upstate Chamber Group, and especially Jason Zacher and Katie Busby for all their work in putting together the luncheon today. Before I introduce Carly, I want to invite Nigel Robertson from Channel 4, our favorite news anchor. I'm sorry, no offense to anyone else. And Nigel's going to be doing the Q&A with Ms. Fiorina when she's finished. So before she comes on, I wanted to let you know that I met Carly the first time in the spring of this year at a Republican caucus luncheon in Columbia, and my friend Tony Denny, who most of you may know Tony, but if not, you know Ray and Peggy Denny. They are just icons here in Greenville, and Tony's their son. He's a lobbyist, and he knew how politically active I was and very interested in this campaign. And we were standing in the hallway, and he said, "Have you ever heard Carly Fiorina speak before?" And I said, "No." And he said, "You're going to love her. I guarantee it." And from that moment, I knew that this is somebody I wanted to follow. And after a few months and watching her in the early debates, I decided that this is the person that I wanted to support for president. She grew up in Texas. You know, she went to Stanford and had that great degree in medieval history that she talks about so much in the debates, and went to law school for a short period of time. But then, in 1980, she actually went to work for AT&T, and that's where she met her husband Frank. They got married in 1985. I was hoping that Frank was going to be able to be here today because I've really enjoyed getting to know him. But shortly after that, in the 90s, she actually got tapped by AT&T to go manage their startup, a spinoff with Lucent Technologies, and went to work for them. And in '98, she was named Fortune Fortune magazine's one of the most powerful women in the country, right before she went to take on being the CEO of Hewlett-Packard in 1999. She actually stayed on that most powerful women list for 6 years. She's had a wonderful career at HP. As you know, she was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2009. Shortly after she had actually started a charity organization with Condoleezza Rice in 2008. So she is a breast cancer survivor. She's got a wonderful personal story of all the things that she has been through, not only as a CEO of a $90 billion corporation through a recession and coming out stronger on the backside, but also her personal story. And so I'm just honored that she is here in Greenville today to have the opportunity to introduce to you the woman that I believe will be the next Republican president of the United States, Carly Fiorina.
Good afternoon. Did everybody have a good Thanksgiving? Yes, I was pleased to get off the road for a few days. Before I begin, I just want to recognize a couple other folks who have been early supporters of mine, and I'm so grateful for their support. Obviously, I'd love to take Phyllis on the road, but she needs to represent her people here. But in addition, and here at the front table, I hope you don't mind if I introduce everyone. We have Donna Hicks, who I said hello to. Donna, thank you so much for being here and for your early support. Mark and Kim Kent, thank you for being here. Ken Gamble, Vivian Wong, and Tommy Cofield as well. So thank you all for being here and lending me your early support. Nigel, I don't want you to stand there the whole time. So.
I want to be a gentleman.
So I need to sit down. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, well, however you would like to do it. We could stand, we could sit.
Please.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well, first question. As president, I think this is the question that a lot of people in this room would want an answer to. How would you plan to defeat ISIS?
Well, it's a critically important question because, sadly, Hillary Clinton and President Obama are both delusional when they say that our most pressing national security issue is climate change. It is not. It is ISIS. Our most pressing national security challenge is ISIS, followed very closely by Iran and possibly Russia. First, we need to lead. I have spent a lot of time in the Middle East, both in Israel as well as with our Arab allies. And so I am keenly aware that when we do not lead, the world becomes a very dangerous place. We have allies on the ground fighting ISIS as we speak. Jordan, Kuwait, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the Kurds, the Bahrainis, the Emiratis, all of these nations I have been to and know many of their leaders. They are fighting ISIS as we speak, and they understand what this administration seems not to understand. The only way to defeat ISIS is to deny them territory. When President Obama talks about containing ISIS, he does not understand the fundamental source of their legitimacy and their power. It is their territory. It is what they call their caliphate. And so in order to defeat them, we must deny them territory. In order to deny them territory, not only must we cut off their supply lines, but we also must work with our allies in the region who understand this is their fight. There are a whole set of Sunni Arab nations who understand they must defeat ISIS, but they will not be able to do so without leadership, resolve, and support from the United States of America. And we cannot outsource that leadership job to Russia. There are some candidates in this field who would say, oh, let's just let Russia handle ISIS. It's not at all clear that Russia intends to handle ISIS for the long term, other than they will seek retribution for the downing of a jetliner. But our allies need to see us lead. Let me give you some very specific examples of what that means. Certainly it means a stepped-up bombing campaign that is more effective, something that suddenly we were able to do after the Paris attacks. Certainly it means more special operations forces. It does not mean 15 to 20,000 troops on the ground, boots on the ground. That's not what our allies are asking for. They know ISIS must be defeated by Sunni Arabs. But as an example, King Abdullah of Jordan, a man I've known for a very long time, you may remember that King Abdullah of Jordan was in this nation when the Jordanian pilot was burned alive in a cage by ISIS. He was here because he was asking us for bombs and materiel. We have not provided it. I will. The Egyptians have asked us to share intelligence. The Saudis have asked us for very specific kinds of support. The Kurds have been asking us to arm them for 3 years. We haven't. I will. The point is we must lead a coalition of allies, many of whom are in that region and fighting now. But unless they sense real leadership, resolve, and support from the United States of America, they will lose courage and our allies will press forward. A year and a half ago, probably now, Hillary Clinton, who we will face as the Democratic nominee for the presidency of the United States, Hillary Clinton asked, what difference does it make how 4 Americans died in Benghazi? Why do I bring this up in connection with ISIS? Because Libya is now a failed state, and ISIS is encamping in cities in Libya. But also because when terrorists purposefully attack a United States embassy, as happened in Benghazi on that fateful night, and when 4 Americans are murdered by those same terrorists, and the next morning the Secretary of State says this is about a video that doesn't represent our values, instead of saying this was a purposeful terrorist attack and we, the United States of America, will seek retribution, the terrorists say, open season. The United States of America isn't going to do anything. And our allies lose courage. So, I will lead a coalition of Arab allies as well as the French, the Germans, and the British and defeat ISIS. Will it take sacrifice on our part? Yes. Will it take 15,000 boots on the ground? Absolutely not. But it will take resolve and support, and we must stand with our allies, and we must understand the nature of the evil that we face and deny them territory.
One thing you did not mention there was social media. ISIS has been using social media to get their message out. There's the hacking group Anonymous that is doing a lot to try to fight ISIS on its own. Your thoughts on that?
I think it's very important, but I think we are kidding ourselves if we think that simply taking the battle of ideas to social media is going to stop the body count. ISIS measures its victories in body count. We need to be serious about this. Their victories are when they kill, slaughter, crucify, behead, burn alive, sell into sexual slavery innocents. And so we have to be willing to wage that fight. Yes, over the longer term, a battle on social media is critically important. Yes, it's equally critically important that we stop the scourge of human trafficking, that we lead a humanitarian relief effort. All of these things matter hugely, without a doubt. But we cannot shield our eyes from the realities that this is an enemy that kills people. And unfortunately, they need to be defeated by the terms they understand.
Let's talk about refugees. It has been a huge topic globally. Canada has said they are going to let in quite a bit, and even more so after the first of the year. Other countries, Germany and others, have allowed refugees to cross their border. Your thoughts?
The refugee crisis is tragic. I mean, our hearts break when we look at these pictures. And the refugee crisis has been entirely predictable for at least 3 years. In fact, we have, according to the UN, we have probably 55 million people on the move every year trying to escape violence. This administration, sadly, has done nothing other than castigate Republicans who make the common sense observation that we cannot allow refugees into this country if we don't know who they are, now that we know that ISIS is using streams of refugees as a way of entering nations. It's not that we lack compassion, it's that we have common sense. And when the administration says we cannot vet these people, then we can't let them in. When the head of the FBI says that he is, quote, overwhelmed, that is his language, not mine, that the FBI is overwhelmed by the number of lone wolf suspects currently in the United States, why would we add to our problem? The reason I say the refugee crisis was entirely predictable, it was predicted. And what we should be doing, what I will do as president, is lead a humanitarian relief effort. We should have been doing this for the past 3 years. Sadly, no leadership comes out of this White House. We need to lead humanitarian relief efforts. But we also need to lead, I mentioned a couple minutes ago, we also need to lead an effort to stamp out human trafficking. Human trafficking is a scourge on the earth today. Most of these people on the move are on the move because human traffickers came to them, preyed on their misery, took what little they had left, and promised them safe passage. If you read the heartbreaking story, remember when this 3-year-old washes up drowned on the beaches, our hearts break. But if you read the story of that family, what you will hear is that human traffickers came to that family, preyed on their miseries, and said, give us your money, we will promise you safe passage. We have to stamp out human trafficking because it preys on misery all over the world. It brings people across our borders, it brings people across all kinds of borders. So yes, let's lead a humanitarian relief effort. Yes, we have to lead an international effort to crush human trafficking. But until and unless we know who these people are who are coming from war-torn regions, the first responsibility of our government is to protect the homeland.
But at what point and what level do we know, can you say you know who they are? Because there is 18 months of background checks that have to be done, and it's not just stamping a visa and allowing them in the country. There's a lot of stuff that has to be done. What more would you want done?
Well, I think part of the problem here, yes, if people had appropriate documentation and an 18-month background check sounds sufficient, it is sufficient. Our asylum process, we have a process for asylum in this country that has been quite effective. The problem is we are told over and over again that the refugees coming out of this region in particular don't have documentation. So what are you checking? What are you checking? I'm not a heartless person. I don't think anyone who says we need to enact common sense reforms is heartless. The bill that just passed the House basically is pretty common sense. It says when the administration can verify and confirm that these people are not terrorists and they can come in.
Evangelicals, a large part of the Republican Party, as well as Catholics. We've had the National Evangelical Association say we need to allow refugees to come here, and we've had the Catholic Bishops Association saying that as well. Is this creating an issue within the Republican Party?
Is it a shock to you that there are different opinions in the Republican Party? There are different opinions around my dinner table, too.
Right.
You know, actually, it's interesting, but it's the Democratic Party that has become a party of sort of lockstep policy. But no, it's not creating a problem. The press would like to make it a problem. There are differences of view sometimes in the Republican Party. And I think anyone of compassion, and I think most people are compassionate, I think the vast majority of Americans are hugely hearted people. Of course we want to help people in need. Of course we do. But we have to be clear-eyed about the dangers that we face. And when we know who people are, wonderful, let us welcome them in. But when we don't, and we can't determine it, then I think we have to be sensible.
This area is known as the Bible Belt, the buckle of the Bible Belt, as a lot of people like to say. So faith matters in the upstate. Can you talk to us about your faith?
You know, I can say without hesitation that a personal relationship with Jesus Christ has saved me. Phyllis mentioned that I battled breast cancer, and indeed I did. It was a long battle, and for any of you who have been touched by cancer, you know it is a family affair. At the end of that period, you know, it was a tough battle. 11 rounds of surgery and months of chemotherapy and a couple months of radiation. At the end of that period, in fact, less than 2 weeks after my last radiation treatment, we lost our younger daughter. Several years before that, I had rediscovered a personal relationship with Jesus. You know, I grew up in a faithful family. I just knew that Jesus was my friend, but as I grew older and maybe more sophisticated, my faith grew a little more abstract, honestly. You know, I still prayed every day, but it got to be more abstract, and I sort of came to think about God as a super CEO. You know, I mean, everything kind of worked the way he intended it generally, but he couldn't possibly know every single detail. And I had a pastor friend who pushed me very hard to rediscover a personal relationship. And so I, based on his pushing, I examined my faith hard for probably a year and a half. And I remember going to Christmas Eve services and praying for a sign. And I woke up on Christmas morning. It sounds kind of corny, but this is actually how it happened. I woke up on Christmas morning, and this thought felt like a revelation to me, came into my head, and the thought was this: you know, I come from the world of science and technology. Human beings have created something called the global positioning system. And this system is so sophisticated that it literally can keep track of billions and billions and billions of moving objects and people every second of every day, and keep such precise track of all of it that when you need to hear it, you hear, at the next legal opportunity, make a U-turn. Think about that. And I thought, you know, if human beings can create that system, then God can keep track of all of us. And thus I knew that I too have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. That revelation happened about a year before the terrible battle with cancer and the even worse tragedy of the loss of our daughter. So, my faith has saved me. And I do think whatever faith people practice, I think people of sincere faith make better leaders. I think faith is a part of leadership because I think faith gives us humility. We know that no one of us is any better than any other one of us. I think all faiths teach us that. Faith gives us empathy. We know that any one of us can fall, and every one of us can be redeemed. And I think faith gives us optimism. Optimism is the knowledge that things can be better. Optimism comes with hope, and I think faith brings hope. And I believe that humility and empathy and optimism are key to leadership, just as strength and courage are key as well.
Joe Wellington of Greenville asks, I was quite impressed with your idea of changing the government to a zero-based budgeting system. Could you speak about how you would implement this change? First, define what it is.
Yeah. So think about this just for a moment. For the last 40 years, and counting, government has grown bigger and bigger every year. We spend more money every year. Under Republicans and Democrats alike, by the way. Republicans run every year on let's reduce the size of the deficit, let's limit the cost of government, but we don't ever get it done. And think about this as well. No matter how much money the government spends, we're always told the government doesn't have enough money to do the important things. Have you ever noticed that? Think about whatever issue. Gee, we need more money invested in mental health. We need more money. We need to secure our border. We need more money. We need to repair roads and bridges. We need more money. We need to defeat ISIS. We need more money. We need to care for our veterans. We need more money. Somehow we always need more money to do the important things, and yet we spend more money each and every year. Why is that possible? Why does that happen? Because all the money is spoken for. Why is all the money spoken for? Because the way we budget, the way we have always budgeted, is to say whatever money you own, you get to keep. If you go to an appropriations hearing today, what you'll see is that the only money that gets talked about is the rate of increase over last year's budget. So every bureaucracy, all that turf in Washington, every bureaucracy hangs on tight to every last dime. The only way we can both spend less and invest in the priorities that matter, and we need to do both, is to go to a system where every single dollar is up for grabs. That's called zero-based budgeting. By the way, it's how you budget in every business. It's how you budget at home. Every dollar's up for grabs, right? You examine every dollar. You can cut any dollar. You can move any dollar. Zero-based budgeting. Would it surprise you to know that there is a bill to go to zero-based budgeting, but it's sitting, languishing on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives? Why do you suppose it languishes there? Because boy, oh boy, you go to zero-based budgeting, you are goring everybody's ox. Every special interest out there, every politician with a pet cause says, no, 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 don't touch my money. It is why I'm running for president. Because ultimately it's going to take an outsider leader who understands what it is to challenge the status quo to get some of these common sense reforms put in place. We need to go to zero-based budgeting. How am I going to get it passed? It's sitting there on the floor, ready to be passed. How am I going to get it passed? I'm going to call on the citizens of this great nation, because ours was intended to be a citizen government, and we cannot let our government stay out of control. I actually think it's time we take our country back. It's time we cut our government down to size and hold it accountable. And that starts with knowing where the money's being spent. So how am I going to get that done? I'm going to ask for your help as citizens of this great nation. I will ask you to take out your smartphones. If you have a flip phone, you need to upgrade. Sorry. I'm going to ask you to take out your smartphones, and I will say to you, do you think it's time we pass that bill for zero-based budgeting? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. You're going to press 1 for yes. Why am I so confident you're going to press 1 for yes? Because 75% of our fellow citizens think the federal government is corrupt. They're right. 80% of our fellow citizens now think we have a professional political class that cares more about its own power, position, and privilege than on getting anything done. They're right. So I know you're going to press 1 for yes. How do I know that works? Because pressure works. Pressure works on politicians. Why am I so certain of that? Remember the scandal at the VA 18 months ago in Arizona? Remember how horrified as citizens we were to learn that veterans had died while waiting for an appointment? And that bureaucrats had cooked the books so no one would find out? People were so outraged that they put pressure on Congress. The pressure was so enormous that this Congress, on a bipartisan basis, passed in 3 short weeks a bill that said you could fire the top 400 senior executives at the VA. Wow, that's a lot of pressure. And Obama signed it without a peep. Sailed through the Senate 99-0. Of course, the pressure abated. Everybody moved on. Nobody's been fired. Now there's a bill languishing that would allow us to fire any government executive who doesn't do their job. Sounds like a pretty good idea. Remember that. I'm going to ask you to press 1 for yes on that, too. But the point is pressure works. So we need to return to a citizen government. I'm not afraid to challenge the status quo. It's what I've done all my life. It's how you go from being a secretary, typing and filing in a 9-person real estate firm, to running a $90 billion company. You challenge the status quo. We need to challenge the status quo of Washington, D.C., but I can't do it alone. I will need the citizens of this great nation to put pressure on the political class. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no.
It's interesting you say that, because that was going to be my next question, is how can you do the zero-based budgeting in an era where there's so much special interest, and in an era when there's so many, such pork out there. And my question is going to be, how do you get the 100 senators and 400 something House members to do that? Do you think that is the best way to change the climate in D.C. right now?
Well, I think it's one of the critical ways. You're exactly right. When 80% of the American people talk about a professional political class, what are they talking about? They're not just talking about politicians. They're talking about all the interests that have grown up around politicians, all the money. Look, here's the reality. When you have a big, powerful, complicated government, that's what we have. Big, powerful, complicated, costly. Who does that favor? Big, powerful, complicated, costly government favors the big, the powerful, the wealthy, the well-connected. Because it's big, powerful, wealthy, well-connected people and interests who can figure out how to make all that complexity work for them. A 73,000-page tax code, that's something else we got to change. It needs to be about 3 pages. Why? Because 3 is simple enough to level the playing field between big and powerful and small and powerless. Might surprise you to know that there's a 20-year-old plan for a 3-page tax code. Yes, the power of the special interests has to be broken. Yes, we have to level the playing field. And the only way to level the playing field is to strip power and to strip complexity and cost out of government. You'll hear Bernie Sanders talking about crony capitalism. I agree with Bernie Sanders. Crony capitalism is alive and well. It has existed under Republicans and Democrats alike. The only trouble is Bernie Sanders wrong about the solution. His solution is more big government. The truth is big government begets crony capitalism. It's only when you lessen power and complexity that you restore power to small businesses instead of big businesses, to citizens instead of special interests.
So Amanda Spellinger wants to know, can you explain how you intend to take a 7,000-page tax code and condense it into a 3-page plan?
Yes, it's actually 73,000 pages now. Our tax code is 73,000 pages. 65% of the American people need professional help to give the government their money. Think about that. Think about that. So, how do you go? There is a plan for a 3-page tax code. Here's the plan in brief. Lower every rate, close every loophole. Lower every rate, close every loophole. What do we have today? We have, honestly, the government taking too much of our money and then spending a ton of time and energy trying to give us our money back. That's what all those deductions are. Now, frequently people will say, well, but what about the charitable deduction? Okay, maybe we put 1 back in. What about the home mortgage deduction? Okay, maybe we put 2 back in. That ain't 73,000 pages. Maybe we go from 3 pages to 5 pages. But wouldn't it actually be better if the government took less of your money in the first place instead of spending all of this energy trying to give you your money back? And by the way, what happens when they take your money? They don't give you interest when they finally get around to giving it back, do they? Now, by the way, if you're late with your tax money, you pay interest. But the government never pays you interest when they're late, or they make a mistake, or they lose your return, or they just never get around to it. My dad was a tax professor, okay? And I used to say to him, I learned conservatism from my dad, actually. He was a law professor, and he taught tax law. And I adored my dad. He would come home from work, and I would sit at his knees while he watched the news, and I would watch him, and he would yell at Walter Cronkite, and I would ask him why, and he would explain, and that's how I learned conservatism. But he was also a tax professor. I would just say, Daddy, it's so boring. How could you possibly be a teacher of tax law? And I will never forget, he said to me, Carly, the tax code is how government enforces its power. And that's right. That is right. And when you have a 73,000-page tax code, you have a system so complicated that it always favors entrenched interests, big companies over small companies, powerful and wealthy and well-connected people over people who aren't so powerful or wealthy or well-connected. So, lower every rate, close every loophole. We can argue about one or two, but what we can't do is continue to tinker around the edges of this problem, which is what we have been doing for 40 years. Now, let me just say one other thing. I don't think politicians are bad people. Okay, some of them are, but most of them are well-meaning public servants. But I do think that you have people who get caught up in a system. Call them managers. In business, we would call them managers. Managers are people who do the best they can within the existing system, but they don't challenge the system. They don't challenge the status quo. They operate within the status quo, and eventually they get captured by the status quo because they benefit from it. Leaders are different than managers. Leaders challenge the status quo. It's what they do. And it's the only way you solve festering problems instead of tinkering around the edges of them. So our tax code is a festering problem. We can't tinker around the edges of it. It's not a question of just lowering a rate or two. It's a question of radically simplifying it. And by the way, if we go from 73,000 pages to 3, we need a whole lot less IRS agents, don't we? Do you know we now have more people in the IRS than we have in the CIA and the FBI combined? Does that strike you as a misallocation of resources in these dangerous times? You bet. We cannot tinker around the edges of these problems anymore. We need leadership in the White House, and we need citizenship.
I could talk with you all day long about a number of different issues, but we are running short on time. But I really wanted to get this question in there because tomorrow we are 2 months out from Iowa, and then we have New Hampshire, and then we have South Carolina. South Carolina is going to be that first primary state where strong military vote, strong African American vote, strong middle class vote. This state is very unique because we don't register by party here. So anyone could come out and vote for you if they feel like they think you are the best candidate to be president. So Bet White wants to know, I believe that the South Carolina primary will be decided by today's undecided voter. What would you like to tell them?
We have found common ground in this country about what's wrong. When 75% of the American people believe the federal government is corrupt, that's common ground. That means it's independents, Democrats, and Republicans. And guess what? They're right. We have found common ground when 80% of Americans believe we have a professional political class of both parties that cares more about the protection of their own power, prestige, and influence than on getting something significant done. We found common ground. Our government no longer serves those who pay for it. We are a country divided, not a country unified. We used to be a nation that thought about ourselves as a place of limitless possibility. This country has been a place of limitless possibility for me. I am keenly aware that it is only in this nation, and I have traveled and lived and worked and done charity all over the world. I am keenly aware that it is only in this nation that a young woman can start the way I did, in the middle of a recession, typing and filing, go on to become the chief executive of the largest technology company in the world, and run for the presidency of the United States. But we don't think of ourselves as a nation of limitless possibility anymore. And when we lose that, we're losing the core of who we are. Too many people's lives are tangled up in webs of dependence. Too many people aren't working. Too many people's wages haven't moved in 40 years. And at the root of all of this is a government that has gone so big, so powerful, so costly, so complicated, and so corrupt that it is literally crushing the potential and the possibilities of this nation and of too many Americans. We actually agree on that. To fix it, though, is going to require a different kind of leadership. Because honestly, we've gone back and forth between Republicans and Democrats in the White House for 40 years, and the fundamental problem hasn't changed. Government's gotten bigger, more powerful, more costly, and more corrupt. I'm running for the presidency of the United States because I think I bring a different kind of leadership to the Oval Office. I understand how the economy works. I understand how the world works and who's in it. I understand how bureaucracies work and how to cut them down to size and hold them accountable. I understand technology, which is a really important tool. Remember that press 1 for yes, 2 for no, but it's also a weapon that's being used against us. And mostly, perhaps, and most importantly, I understand leadership. Sometimes it's making a tough call in a tough time. Always, it is about challenging the status quo and actually solving festering problems. But in the end, leadership is not about your title, and it's not about how big your ego is, and it's not about your bragging rights. In the end, leadership is service. Leadership is service to others. And the highest calling of leadership is to unlock potential in others. And now we need to take our country back to restore the possibilities and the potential of this nation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
So it's my understanding you're going to be touring around the area for a little while, shaking hands and talking to a lot of people. We want to thank you for stopping by. And we want to thank
all right, guys, that was Carly Fiorina speaking in South Carolina. We're going to move on now and play Ted Cruz, who was in Iowa this morning. I know that Mike started showing this to you, but fortunately you were not able to see it all. So I'm going to play this for you. And again, I know many of you guys waiting for Trump. Trump will be coming to us live in about an hour and a half or two.
Cheerful, conservative, and a smart guy, Ted Cruz.
Well, thank you very much. God bless the great state of Iowa.
Yeah. I'm thrilled to be with y'all. Thank you for coming out this morning, and it's great to be here. You know, I don't know how many of y'all saw this past week that a man was stopped climbing the fence of the White House. The Secret Service ran up to him. They said, "I'm sorry, Mr. President, you got another year." Well, and then you may have missed it actually this morning. A second person was stopped climbing the fence of the White House. The Secret Service ran up to them and said, "No, no, Hillary, not yet, not yet." And not ever. You know, we're here today because our country's in crisis. These are not typical times of politics. We are bankrupting our kids and grandkids. Our constitutional rights are under assault each and every day. And America has receded from leadership in the world. And it has made the world a much more dangerous place. And yet I'm here this morning with a word of hope and encouragement and exhortation. We know how to turn things around. And I want to tell you, all across this country, people are waking up. You know, the great thing about eternal truths, they're always true. Today, for the first time in history, a majority of Americans believe that our kids will have a worse life than we do. 65%. That has never been the case in the history of this country until right now today. And I believe the central issue of the 2016 election is going to be reigniting the promise of America.
Getting back to that fundamental commitment that our kids will have a better life than we did. And their kids will have a better life than they did. How do we do that? We do that by getting back to the principles that built America in the first place. The first thing we do is we bring back jobs and growth and opportunity. And the men and women gathered here, y'all understand cause and effect. You understand that every time we pursue what we're pursuing now, out of control spending and debt and regulation, the result is misery and stagnation and malaise. And on the flip side, every time we pursue tax reform and regulatory reform, every time we get the federal government off the backs of the necks of small businesses, whether in the 1920s under Calvin Coolidge, or the 1960s under JFK, or the 1980s under Ronald Reagan, the result over and over and over again has been incredible booming economic growth. Regulatory reform. You know, I'm reminded a few years back, I was in West Texas. And I asked folks there, I said, what's the difference between regulators and locusts? I said, well, the thing is, you can't use pesticide on the regulators. And this old West Texas farmer, he leaned back and said, want to bet? And the most important regulatory reform is we need to repeal every word of Obamacare. We need to adopt common sense health care reform that makes health insurance personal and portable and affordable and keeps government from getting in between us and our doctors. And then tax reform. You know, every year we spend about $500 billion on tax compliance, on lawyers, on accountants, on paperwork. It's all dead weight loss. As we like to say in Texas, it doesn't produce a single truck or tortilla. And the simplest and best tax reform is we should adopt a simple flat tax. Where every American can fill out his or her taxes on a postcard. And when we do that, we should abolish the IRS. There are about 90,000 employees at the IRS. We need to padlock that building. Take all 90,000 and put them down on our southern border. Now, to our friends in the media, I say that somewhat tongue-in-cheek. But you know, if you think about it, sir, imagine you travel thousands of miles in the blazing sun. You're swimming across the Rio Grande, and the first thing you see is 90,000 IRS agents. You turn around and go home too. The second key to turning this country is we need to defend our constitutional rights. All of them. We need to defend our free speech and especially religious liberty. That means that every serviceman and woman has the right to seek out and worship God Almighty with all of their hearts, minds, and souls, and their superior officer has nothing to say about it. That means that the Little Sisters of the Poor, a Catholic charity that the Obama administration is right now persecuting, will find in January 2017 that the case against them has been dismissed. We need to defend the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And among other things, that means we need to protect the rights of our servicemen and women to protect themselves and be armed. which means the next time a jihadist walks into a recruiting center in Chattanooga, Tennessee, he's going to encounter the business end of firearms wielded by a dozen Marines. We need to defend the Fourth and Fifth Amendments, our rights to privacy. How many of y'all have your cell phones? I want to ask you to please leave your cell phones on. I want to make sure President Obama hears every word we say. We need to defend the 10th Amendment, or as President Obama calls it, the what? The fundamental protection that says the powers not given to the federal government are reserved to the states and to the people. That means there are whole areas that the federal government has no business sticking its nose, and chief among them is education. And we need to repeal every word of Common Core. The third key to turning this country around is we need to restore America's leadership in the world. Instead of a president who boycotts Prime Minister Netanyahu, imagine America standing unapologetically with the nation of Israel. Imagine a commander-in-chief who stands up and says, we will defeat radical Islamic terrorism. Imagine a president willing to utter the words radical Islamic terrorism. Imagine a commander-in-chief that would stand up and state unequivocally, under no circumstances will Iran, led by a theocratic Ayatollah who chants death to America, under no circumstances will Iran be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. Now, some of y'all may be thinking, all of this makes sense to me. It's basic common sense. Live within your means. Don't bankrupt our kids and grandkids. Follow the Constitution. And yet, can it happen? Can it be done? You know, Scripture tells us there's nothing new under the sun. I think where we are right now is very, very much like the late 1970s. The parallels between this administration and the Jimmy Carter administration are uncanny. Same failed economic policies. Same misery, stagnation, and malaise. The same feckless and naive foreign policy. In fact, the exact same countries, Russia and Iran, openly laughing at and mocking the President of the United States. Now, why is it that that analogy gives me so much hope and optimism? Because we know how that story ended. All across this country, millions of men and women rose up and became the Reagan Revolution. And it didn't come from Washington. Washington despised Ronald Reagan. By the way, if you see a candidate who Washington embraces, run and hide. It came from the American people, and it turned this country around. We went from misery and stagnation to booming growth, to millions lifted out of poverty into prosperity and the American dream. We went from our hostages languishing in Iran to winning the Cold War and tearing the Berlin Wall to the ground. The reason I'm so optimistic is simple. The same thing is happening again. All across this country. You know, when we launched our campaign about 8 months ago, the New York Times promptly opined, Cruz cannot win. Because the Washington elites despise him. I kind of thought that was the whole point of the campaign. Look, if you think things are going great in Washington, that we need to keep heading in the same basic direction, just kind of fiddle around the edges, then I ain't your guy. On the other hand, if you think Washington is fundamentally broken, that there is a bipartisan corruption of career politicians in both parties who get in bed with the lobbyists and special interests and grow and grow and grow government. And we need to take power out of Washington and back to we the people. That is what this campaign is all about. Let me say one final thing. You know, for all of us here, freedom is not some abstract concept we read about in a school book. Freedom is real. It's personal to us, to our families. You know, for me, I think about my mom. My mom is Irish Italian, born in Wilmington, Delaware, working class family. She was the first person in her family ever to go to college. Her mom was the second youngest of 17 kids. They were Irish Catholic. They didn't know what else to do on a Saturday night. My grandfather, my mom's dad, was a difficult man. He was a drummer. And he didn't believe women should be educated. And he especially didn't think his daughter should be the first person in the family to go to college. Well, my mom stood up to her father. She ended up going to Rice University, graduating in 1956 with a degree in math. And my mom then went to work at Shell as a computer programmer. Now, talk about two industries, oil and gas and computer science, neither one of which was very welcoming to women. And my mom was at the intersection of both. She used to tell me how she very deliberately didn't learn how to type. She said, look, it was the 1950s. I understood the world I was living in. She said, I didn't want to be walking down the hall and have some man walk up to me and say, sweetheart, would you type this for me? My mom wanted to be able to smile very, very sweetly and with a clean conscience say, I would love to help you out, but I don't know how to type. I guess you're going to have to use me as a computer programmer instead. You know, my mom is someone, she turned 81 just last week. She's a woman of incredible strength and character. She's been a best friend of me my whole life. She's an amazing grandmother to our two little girls, Caroline and Catherine. And then I think of my dad. My dad was born in Cuba. Grew up in Cuba. And as a kid, he fought in the Cuban Revolution. And he was thrown in prison and tortured when he was a teenager. When my father, at age 17, was lying in a Cuban prison cell, his nose was shattered, had broken, his teeth were shattered. He was covered in mud and blood and grime. He told me he remembers thinking, I don't have any children. No family depends on me. It doesn't matter if I live or I die. But thankfully, God had different plans for my father. He was released from that prison cell, and he fled to America. He came to this country in 1957. He was 18 years old. He couldn't speak a word of English. He had nothing. Had $100 sewn into his underwear. I actually don't advise carrying money in your underwear. And he got a job washing dishes. Made 50 cents an hour. And he worked full time. He paid his way through school. And he and my mom went on to start a small business together. I grew up as the son of two small business owners. Today, my dad is a pastor. He travels the country preaching the gospel. Now, my whole life, my dad has been my hero. But you know what I find most incredible about his story? How commonplace it is. Every one of us here, we've got a story just like that in our backgrounds. Some of us, it's us. Others, it's our parents. Others, it's our great-great-great-grandparents. But what ties Americans together, all of us, is that we are the children of those who risked everything for freedom. And I am convinced that is the fundamental DNA of what it means to be an American, to value liberty and opportunity above all else. That is why I'm so convinced. When I was a kid, my dad used to say to me over and over again, when we faced oppression in Cuba, I had a place to flee to. If we lose our freedom here, where do we go? That is why all of us are here today. And I will tell you this. If we stand together as one, if we come together as we the people and fight for the free market principles and constitutional liberties that built this country, then together we can pull back from the precipice. We can bring back that last best hope for mankind. That shining city on a hill that is the United States of America. Thank you. And with that, I'm happy to answer or dodge any question you have. Yes, ma'am.
With your speech, you were talking about your father coming over. What are your feelings about the Syrians coming over?
So it's a great question. My question was, what do I think we should do about the Syrian refugees coming over? I think President Obama and Hillary Clinton's proposal to bring to this country tens of thousands of Syrian Muslim refugees, I think that is utter lunacy. You know, if you look at the refugee wave that is streaming into Europe, one estimate was that those refugees are 77% young males. That is a very odd demographic for a refugee wave.
They don't report that.
The media, the Democrats, although I repeat myself, they want us to believe these are all widows and orphans. That's what the president says. We know, for example, that at least one of the Paris terrorists came among the refugees. And we know that ISIS intends to infiltrate this country using refugees. And beyond that, we know that the head of the FBI, who I would point out was appointed by Barack Obama, it's his head of the FBI, told Congress the Obama administration cannot vet the refugees. Because he said, look, we don't have the information about who in Syria is part of ISIS, who's a jihadist. He said, we can query the database, as he put it, until the cows come home. But if we don't have any information, you're not going to get any results. And it is nothing but political correctness that leads the president to say, even though we don't know whether these people are terrorists, we're going to bring them to America anyway. Now listen, all of us are compassionate. If you look right now, is there a humanitarian crisis in the Middle East? Absolutely. And much of it is the result of the failures of the Obama-Clinton foreign policy. The disaster that has led to the rise of radical Islamic terrorism, to the rise of ISIS. And when we defeat ISIS, we will fix that underlying problem. But how many of you all know how much the United States spends resettling the refugees right now? We spend $1.2 billion That is more than 10 times what any other country on earth spends. So when I listen to President Obama or other Democratic politicians lecturing the American people that we're somehow not compassionate, when we're spending more than 10 times what any other country on earth does to care for these people, I'll tell you frankly, it's offensive. We can be compassionate, but at the same time, the first obligation of the president is to be commander-in-chief and keep us safe. And ISIS wants to wage jihad and murder Americans, and if I'm president, that's not going to happen on our soil.
I say this not for praise, but I just recently retired from the military, 20 years plus, and I've had a top secret SCI clearance as an intelligence specialist and a secret as a master arms. I know what it takes. I was scared crapless every time I left my unit. I patted myself down to make sure nothing got in my pants, nothing was, I didn't slip something in my pockets. Did not take any kind of classified information out. Why? Hillary Clinton is a private citizen. General Petraeus got prosecuted for having a confidential document in his desk. Why is she not indicted and put behind bars?
Yeah. Well, let me say first of all, thank you for your service to the nation, and we thank you for. Look, I'll give you the very saddest reason. Because this Department of Justice is the most political Department of Justice this country's ever seen. The administration of criminal laws in the Obama Justice Department does not depend on the law, and it doesn't depend on the facts. I think the most revealing moment on the entire Hillary Clinton potential indictment was about a month or two ago. Remember when there was all the chatter about whether Joe Biden was going to jump into the race? The saddest commentary, and actually our friends the reporters in the back, you get about 2 drinks into them, they'll admit to you that in Washington, everyone said, Republicans, Democrats, the reporters, everyone said, we'll find out if Biden's going to run when we find out if the Justice Department indicts Hillary. And if the Obama White House decides, okay, we're tossing Hillary and going with Biden, then the next day we'll see a Hillary indictment. And it was treated as just a given. Reporters wouldn't even blink. Well, of course it's going to be a political hack in the West Wing who makes the decision whether Hillary gets indicted or not. So Biden didn't run, okay, we don't indict her. Let me tell you, that is shameful. Listen, I'm an alumnus of the Department of Justice. The administration of justice should be blind to party or ideology. It shouldn't be some flunky in the West Wing deciding, I don't like you politically, so you're going to be indicted, General Petraeus. Right. But Hillary, you're going to be our party's nominee, so never mind, the criminal laws don't apply to you. I mean, that is a profound corruption. It reminds me of Jonathan Turley, who is a liberal constitutional law professor. He actually voted for Barack Obama in 2008. He said, Barack Obama has become the embodiment of the imperial presidency. He said, Barack Obama has become the president Richard Nixon always wished he could be. That's a liberal constitutional law professor indicting. But you know what? Tricky Dick would have loved the ability to indict you, but not you. And for anyone concerned about liberty, it should not be politics deciding how the criminal law is enforced in this country.
My name is Brittany Kinsey. I'm a representative from Global Zero and from Iowa City.
Welcome.
Thank you. President Ronald Reagan called for the total elimination of nuclear weapons. I'm wondering if you would continue that great Republican legacy to do so during your presidency.
Well, thank you for that question. And you were right that President Reagan said that he supported ultimately a world without nuclear weapons. But Ronald Reagan also understood peace through strength. You know, if you look at how things get reported nowadays, they're reported almost exactly backwards. Reagan understood. You know, I remember the 1970s. I remember listening to all of the intelligentsia, all the reporters, all the Democrats, saying the Soviet Union, we couldn't keep up with them. They were too strong. We needed to accept second-class citizen. We had Jimmy Carter, our president, who would say, turn up your thermostat and put on a sweater, because there's nothing we can do about it. And Ronald Reagan, they asked him, what's your philosophy of the Cold War? He said, it's very simple. We win, they lose. Now, all of the intelligentsia, they tittered. What a simple-minded oath. He didn't understand the complexity of détente, which I think is French for surrender. And when you look in particular at the Soviet Union, what Reagan understood, and nobody else saw this, Reagan understood a vision. How do we defeat the Soviet Union? Number one, we began just like I began tonight, by restarting the economy and getting booming economic growth, which then gave the ability to rebuild our military. We bankrupted the Soviet Union. They couldn't keep up with the economic engine that was small businesses and Americans unchained. But then the second piece Reagan understood, and this goes directly to your question on nuclear weapons, is he launched what was called SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative. The reporters promptly labeled it Star Wars. Now look, I was 9. I thought it's Star Wars cool. You just told me I'm in the president's Han Solo. I think that's an amazing thing. They didn't quite undo that. Somehow it didn't penetrate to the 9 and 10-year-olds quite the way the reporters wanted. But if you go back and read, if you read Reykjavik, for example, where Reagan was sitting down with Gorbachev negotiating, Gorbachev was saying, you've got to abandon SDI. If you have the ability to shoot down our nukes, well, then our nukes are useless. And Gorbachev said, if you don't give up SDI, we're walking away. And Reagan said, okay, we're walking away. See you. Can you imagine Obama doing that? Well, other than members of Congress. Reagan understood peace through strength. And we won the Cold War. When you look at nuclear weapons, we have a different situation now. We still have nuclear superpowers. We've got Russia. We've got China. And missile defense, it's interesting. You know, a couple of years ago, I was visiting Israel. And if you look at, for example, the Iron Dome and David's Sling, the missile defense they have there, it is incredible. You want to see something remarkable? Go home and Google Iron Dome wedding. What will come up on Google is a video of a wedding that was occurring in Israel, and it was when Hamas was raining rockets on Israel like crazy. And it's a wedding video, so it's a handheld camcorder, what have you. You've got wedding music in the back, and people are dancing, and you see up in the night sky, you see missiles coming in. And then you see interceptors from Iron Dome exploding them, and it's one after the other after the other, and it looks like fireworks. And it's an amazing wedding video, where you look at it and think, without that wedding could have ended with a missile filled with shrapnel and explosives killing everyone there. And instead they have a time of celebration while fireworks explode in the sky. It's a remarkable video, and I have to say, watching it, I was reminded of what all the leftists said when Reagan introduced SDI. I said, this is impossible. In fact, the analogy they used, some of y'all will remember this, they said, hitting a missile in the air is like hitting a bullet with a bullet. You can't do it. And as you watch, boom, 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 boom. Now we're in a more dangerous environment. Because the greatest risk of nuclear war on this planet at this point is not likely to be battle between the superpowers. It's likely to be a rogue or terrorist nation. It's why the Iranian nuclear deal. If you're concerned about nuclear war, the single biggest thing that should concern you is that the Obama administration is sending $100 billion to the Ayatollah Khamenei, which, if that isn't stopped, will fuel their acquiring nuclear weapons. And if they acquire them, I think the odds are unacceptably high they will use them. So my view, how do we protect ourselves? Number one, we stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Number two, we stop other terrorists and jihadists from getting nuclear weapons. Number three, we continue to develop missile defense. So the nuclear weapons become far less useful if we have the ability to take them out of the sky. And like Reagan, look, would I love to see a world where there are no more nuclear weapons? Sure. I think we're a long way away from that. And in the meantime, we need to be prepared to defend ourselves. The best way to avoid war is to be strong enough that no one wants to mess with the United States. And the weakness and appeasement of Obama is provocative and invites military conflict. We've got to change that.
What would you do about our education?
It's a great question. The question was, what would I do about our education? What grade are you in?
I'm 6th grade.
You're in 6th grade. So I've got 2 little girls at home who are 5 and 7. Catherine, the 5-year-old, she's in pre-K. And Caroline, who's 7, she's in 2nd grade. You know what they would do if they were here with you? They'd follow you everywhere you go. Because there is nothing cooler to a 5 and 7-year-old girl than a 6th grade girl. That is awesome. So your question is very important. Education is foundational to everything. You know, in my family, I talked about my family story. Education in my family transformed our family. I've told you about how my mom became the first person in her whole family ever to go to college. And it opened up opportunities that she could never have imagined. Remember, I talked about my dad in that prison cell. You know, he ended up going to the University of Texas, starting a small business, having opportunities that education opened the doors. I think there is nothing more important. Now, I also think education is something that should be kept as close to the people as possible, that it shouldn't be decided by the federal government, that it should be at the state level, or even better at the local level. So that the school you're going to, homeschool is even better, well, then that's the most local level. So if you were going to a public school, and they were teaching things that your parents thought didn't make any sense, if the decisions were being made at the local school board level, your parents could go down and say, hey, this doesn't make sense. Frankly, the people of Iowa know a whole lot better what should be taught to your kids than does some unelected bureaucrat in Washington. And let me give a very real example. So you're in 6th grade. So there's an issue that is happening right now. 6th grade is the beginning of junior high. The Federal Department of Education is trying to force a junior high to let a little boy take showers with the junior high girls. Now that's crazy. Look, my 5-year-old daughter, Catherine, she understands the difference between boys and girls. Now, if a local school board tried to do that, look, parents in Iowa would throw them out of office in a heartbeat. It'd be real simple if a local school board said, you know what, your daughter's got to shower with little boys in junior high. You wouldn't sit still for a minute. But when it's decided by some bureaucrat in the bowels of a building in Washington, they don't care what any of us think. And so I think what we need to do is move decisions of education closer to the people so parents and teachers have direct input, and then we can improve the educational options for everyone. All right, we'll do 2 more questions. Yes, sir.
I have a question about an article by Charles Krauthammer in yesterday's paper, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and hardly a flaming liberal. But it has to do with giving you the opportunity to distance yourself from some of Donald Trump's work, because when I've seen you interview, you tend to sort of smile about some of his more outrageous statements, but you haven't criticized him. What Krauthammer says here essentially is that Republicans like you that are running for president need to say that these kinds of things that Trump is saying, anti-Mexican, and so the latest thing about disabilities and so on, are really beyond the pale. And they may work in the short run, but politically they'll be very damaging in the long run. It just won't fly. It may work briefly in Iowa, but it can't work because it's basically very ugly kinds of things that he's saying. In fact, he says at the end of the article, politically, it will be fatal. John Kasich has forcefully denounced this slide into the swamp. Where are the others? So where are you?
So, well, thank you for that question. I have not read what Charles wrote yesterday, but he is an insightful analyst and someone I certainly respect. And let me say more broadly, when it comes to Donald Trump, and let me step back for a second and talk about the Republican field. What the media, and I'm going to put Charles in that camp as well, but what many in the mainstream media want, is they want to turn the Republican primary into a food fight. If you look at the first couple of debates, almost every question was, you, insult you. You don't like her face. Let's talk about it. And it was like Jerry Springer. I was waiting for them to give us chairs to throw at each other. And I think the American people are sick and tired. Now, how have I responded to it? I've responded to it when others attack me. I haven't responded in kind. That's been true in the Senate, where both Republicans and even some Democrats, I'm told, have said some not nice things about me. And my response is typically not only not to respond, but a lot of times to heap praises on the other folks. Now, Scripture gives some guidance to that. They say that when you repay unkindness with kindness, that it's like heaping coals on their heads. Right. And by the way, it was exactly the approach Reagan followed. Reagan likewise never got personal or direct, never engaged in ad hominem insults. Now, Reagan understood that policy disputes are fair game. You know, you want to have a discussion about my tax plan versus someone else's tax plan, or my immigration record versus someone else's immigration record. That's fair game. That's supposed to be the meat of politics. Now, when it comes to Donald Trump, listen, I like Donald Trump. And you're right, I have consistently declined daily invitations from our friends in the press. Please attack Donald Trump. We'll give anything. We'll film it. We'll set a cage match. You know, the reason Donald Trump has captured so much energy early on is people are fed up with Washington. They're fed up with politicians who lie to them, who don't tell them the truth, who do one thing and say another. And you know, early on in Trump's campaign, the graybeards in Washington all got together collectively, and they did actually what Charles recommends. They harumphed. He is not acceptable to us. The amazing thing is, these career politicians, their view was, that's the end of the matter. We have decided. Not suitable. He is voted off the island. And Donald's numbers jumped 10 points. The American people despise those politicians so much, they said, you know what? If they're against him, I got to be for him. So, I don't think it's good advice for us to get in the business of blasting each other. Now, I do think, let me be very clear, I don't believe Donald Trump is going to be our nominee. I don't believe he's going to be our president. And I actually think the men and women in this room have something powerful to say about it. One of the reasons I love the state of Iowa. Because in Iowa, y'all take politics seriously. Look, y'all treat politics the way Texans treat football. Although let's be clear, this year you're doing awfully good at football, too. In fact, I am right here today predicting a national championship of Iowa versus Clemson. And I will confess, if that comes to pass, that puts a presidential candidate in a tough position. Because both Iowa and South Carolina are key early primary states. So after a lot of thought, I've decided the perfect outcome. That's the national championship game. It goes to triple overtime and ends in a tie. But the role of the men and women in this room, particularly as we move into December and January, is to look candidates in the eyes, to take the measure of the candidate, and to determine who's telling the truth and who's blowing smoke. Right. And one of the reasons why I am so encouraged, the momentum we have right now, not just in Iowa, although Iowa's incredible, but all over the country, is we're seeing conservatives uniting behind our campaign. And the reason, I think, is quite straightforward. People are tired of what I call campaign conservatives. People who talk a great game when they're on the stump, but they haven't walked the walk. And people are looking for someone who's a consistent conservative, who's the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Someone who has been a fiscal conservative and a social conservative and national security conservative. Someone who you know what they believe. And the reason I think we're seeing so many conservatives uniting behind our campaign is that I am the only person on that stage that has a proven and consistent conservative record. So, for example, Donald Trump. I'm immensely grateful to Donald Trump because he's...
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of Ted Cruz now. We're going to actually go live to Chicago, Illinois. Now, I have our resident Chicago expert with me, Mike Pace.
Yes.
Mike, this is a big deal. So you're saying the Chicago cop that's charged in that teenager's death, right?
He might be bonding out. He just got this morning a $1.5 million bond. It's some speculation now that he may have bonded out here. And this is Cook County Jail, 26th in California. This is the big house. This is where if you get, you don't want to be here.
Well, I mean, this whole case in general is pretty.
Yep.
It's a pretty big deal. So many people paying attention to it.
Oh yeah, and look at all
wanting...
over the weekend. It was just nonstop protesting.
Yeah, I know.
So we were covering that on Friday. You know, they were shutting down stores, Magnificent Mile for Black Friday. So
you're from Chicago, so this area is very familiar to you.
Yes.
And obviously people really upset over the shooting death of Laquan McDonald. And this is the officer linked to that video that was released last week where he shot him 16 times.
Yes.
Do we have that video? I'm going to play that for you.
Yeah, play the video also. And for fun facts, this jail, 26th in California, is also the same jail that R. Kelly bonded out of, probably in about 2003 when he was...
That's a fun
fact, I guess. Just a little fun fact.
Yeah. Huh. I'm trying to find this video. We have it somewhere in our archives, I assume.
Yeah. If not, it's in the video, the YouTube playlist. If you need a fast hit there. But yeah, you can already see people camping out there, and it looks like they're protesting. Right there.
Protesting. I mean, the last thing they want is him to bond out.
Wow.
Right? I would assume.
And so what would that be? That would be 1.5 million. You would need 10%. So
150,000.
150,000. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, people are not going to be happy, but where is he getting $150,000 from? I guess some people have it, and I mean, if this is your last chance at freedom, and you're pretty sure you're going to be in jail the rest of your life,
you could probably double mortgage the home, right?
Well, that too, but I'm saying you probably want to enjoy those last moments of freedom.
Yes.
If you think that this is it, you know, all this evidence is against me. I mean, we heard from the mayor last week, from the police last week. No one's being easy on him.
No, well, no. I mean, he's charged with first-degree murder.
Right. I mean, it's pretty intense,
there it
that
is.
video.
Nope. Keep going down a little bit more. There it is.
There it is.
Raw video.
Wow.
So almost 1 million hits on this video here that
Just
we're about to show you.
On our channel.
Just on our channel.
And I know that it was on the Chicago Police Department's channel. I wonder how many views they have. If we already have almost 1 million.
Wow.
And we should read to you this disclaimer since you guys don't see it on the screen. Graphic video, viewer discretion advised.
Yes.
So, sorry, Ted Cruz. You have been...
Yeah, he's been...
You have been vetoed, I guess. I know a lot of the people in the chat room anyway is waiting for the big Trump event that you're going to be carrying.
5:30 live from Georgia.
But it might start earlier because he usually does press conferences beforehand.
Yeah, that's his new thing now.
No, he's been doing that for a while. Remember when he kicked out the Univision guy?
Oh, yeah.
Was it Univision or Telemundo?
I think both.
All right, guys, you can see that is Laquan McDonald right there. I'm going to replay that, rewind it, so you can watch it again in case you missed it. All right, guys, that is a wrap on that video. I'm going to go ahead and show you the weather map really quickly. Dave Muncie will be joining us to give us a weather update in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned, guys. We have more Fox 10 news now ahead. And for all of you Trump fans, as we mentioned earlier, Donald Trump live in Georgia at 5:30 Arizona time. But it's possible we get a press conference from him prior to that, so stay tuned. You don't want to miss out. Continue to keep this tab open. Do not walk away from your computers. You don't want to miss a thing. We have a wonderful show ahead. All right, guys. Once Dave Muncie is able to join me, we'll be talking about weather. But in the meantime, I wanted to show you our top 5 stories today, plus show you some Donald Trump video as well. Why? Because Donald Trump is in my top 5. If you go ahead and look at bullet point number 3, Jeb Bush has said that he would support Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. This is a big deal because, as you guys know, Donald Trump and Jeb Bush don't get along too well, so this is a very big deal. In other Trump news, an NBC host, I don't want to say attacking, but really questioning Donald Trump and his claims about 9/11 and the so-called celebrations. Donald Trump saying he is standing by his statements. Obviously, Donald Trump is making headlines on a daily basis, and that's what he does. He is very media savvy. He has been leading in the polls for months and months. However, recently in the polls, I do believe he has been sliding in some areas. Now, Trump dropped 12 percentage points in one poll by Reuters, apparently. This news came out just a couple days ago. This was his biggest decline to date since he vaulted to the top of the field back in July. Now, this again is according to a Reuters poll. Trump is favored 31% amongst Republicans in a poll that ended on Friday. That, however, was down from his peak of 43% that was recorded on November 22nd. Now, some may wonder why Trump's support has diminished a bit. Well, one of the things that Trump has been under fire for is the fact that following the attacks in Paris, Trump told a news reporter that he would support requiring all Muslims within the United States to be registered to a special database, which his critics have likened to the mandatory registration of Jews in Nazi Germany. Trump has also been criticized for flailing his arms and distorting his speech as he mocked a New York Times reporter who happens to be disabled. Now, Trump mocked the reporter as he defended his unsubstantiated assertion that during the September 11th attacks on the United States, he watched on TV as thousands of people in New Jersey cheered while the World Trade Center fell. However, Trump is not the only frontrunner to slide in the latest survey. Retired neurosurgeon Ben Carson has seen his poll numbers drift downward and now trails Trump by more than half, with only 15% of Republicans saying that they would vote for him in that same poll. Meanwhile, in other news, the Planned Parenthood shooter was in court. We brought that to you live here on News Now. In case you haven't been following the story, basically a man barricaded himself inside a Planned Parenthood. He did kill 3 people, one of whom was a cop, injured many others. He surrendered. He is alive. That is how he appeared in court today in Colorado. I'm going to go ahead and play a couple of stories for you out of Colorado now. This one about emergency response in general.
Friday's shooting at Planned Parenthood sent a number of people to the hospital.
It doesn't matter if you've seen it before, if you know what's expected of you. We give everyone a job. Everybody is responsible for something different so that we don't miss things, so that we can help each other.
Staff at St. Francis Penrose Hospital say a day at the emergency room can always be chaotic, but it's during those hectic times when everything they've trained for kicks in.
It was actually comforting to know that things were going well. And you could see around that when you looked around through the department, everybody was ready.
Many even volunteered to come in for extra help, stemming from various departments, including trauma, the operating room, and the intensive care unit.
I had staff coming out of the woodwork, coming in voluntarily to help with yesterday. That's part of our community.
Help that was much needed during the 5-hour standoff at Planned Parenthood, sending a total of 4 victims to Memorial Hospital and 6 victims to Penrose Hospital.
We were always kind of on edge as to when we were going to be getting the next people because they were trapped in there and they were coming out sporadically.
You're just trying to figure out what kind of resources you're going to need. You start mobilizing things, you start making phone calls. We start talking with everyone, what do we need to do to keep the hospital safe, to keep anybody who's here safe as well.
And while a tragedy like this is a rare event in Colorado Springs, they're always prepared. Reporting in Colorado Springs, I'm Christina DeWitowitz.
All right, guys, look who's joining me. It's Dave Muncy. I was hyping up his arrival. It has now happened. You are here.
I have arrived.
You have arrived. This
there
is
you
exciting.
go.
And those of you who are regular viewers, you know this is very exciting because
Hi, everybody.
my schedule and Dave's schedule don't normally overlap anymore.
That's
because
true.
I'm usually wrapped up at 3 and Dave arrives at 2:30, and it's very rare that we are able to talk about weather together. But
Mhm.
today, since I'm hanging out with you guys till 4, we're also going to be joined by the one and only Dave Muncy. Dave, I have a bone to pick with you.
Okay, here
this
we
has
go.
nothing to do with Thanksgiving.
Here we go. I've had that happen before. Is it a turkey bone?
No, I was just saying it. It's not. It has nothing to do with Thanksgiving. No, I'm very concerned about why it's so cold in Arizona. In fact, it is so cold that I believe New York City at times is warmer than it is here in Phoenix.
What else are you concerned about? What are your other concerns? I just want to see how deep we're going to go here.
In life?
Yes. Because if one of your concerns is that it's getting colder in Phoenix, I would assume you don't have too many other concerns.
No, that's a serious concern though, because it's for a couple of reasons. I don't own a lot of winter clothes, so there's that. Last year was my first winter here, and everyone said it was a relatively mild winter. So I don't actually know how cold it's supposed to get. So
that's why I'm here.
yeah, and apparently it's going to get very
Tonight,
cold.
tonight it's going to get 39 in the city. Well, here I've got
Oh.
I've got the stuff. We've got some high pressure work in there. This is this morning. That's what temperatures were looking like this morning. And you can see the norm is around 48. The record is 33. So we in the city didn't break any records, but you can see out by Buckeye, places like that, it got a little cool. And this is what we're looking at for tonight. Actually, it's about the same, if not just a little warmer. And we will continue to see a little bitty warming trend as far as our nights are concerned. Our days are going to stay about the same for a couple of days, and then we will see them jump up. In fact, let me see if I can't get those maps. Yeah, here we go. So here we'll take a look at tonight. We'll be looking at 39 and 65 for tomorrow, cool and clear. And then you take a look at your Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but mid-70s by Thursday. Now, we will back off of that a little bit. We'll go back into the low 70s, upper 60s for a couple of days in the weekend, and then back to some 70s for next week. So,
You know what? That doesn't look as bad as I was making it out to be.
Does that answer your concerns?
It does. You know what it was? I just, it was Thanksgiving this weekend. Many people got out of town. I was in California, and it was California that was absurdly cold.
Okay.
Central California, Northern California. But can I also show, this morning when I got to my car, there was ice on the car.
Oh.
And when I checked Snapchat, it said it was 31 degrees.
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry,
possible.
that's a little too cold. Look at that.
Look at that.
There is
yeah,
ice
little frost.
on the car.
Little frost on the car. That's just
not
where the
good.
dew point was. You got some moisture there, and the temperatures froze it up a little bit.
Yeah, very cold.
Yeah. I see your concern
Yeah,
now.
now you see why I'm concerned.
I
did not expect
ice on your car.
ice on the car. It was freezing
So,
the whole
yes,
time.
I hear you, and I bet it was cold inside, too.
It was cold. It didn't get warm inside my car till I arrived to work. That's usually how it goes.
And did you listen? It never rains in Southern California. No, you didn't listen to that?
No.
On the way in to remind you of home and all those warm temperatures?
No,
and
I didn't.
It's pretty
it
cold
wasn't
over
even
there.
That warm in California.
No,
is what
it's
I'm
pretty
saying.
cold
I mean,
over there, too.
In Southern California, it was 70 degrees yesterday.
Did you watch the football game?
I did not,
Oh.
but I followed it on social media. Does that count?
No, because you had to see that they were in a blizzard condition for the football game last night, which I believe was in New England. I didn't watch the game. I was in a restaurant and I saw it off in the distance, and I could see the snow coming down. And just think if you had to live there.
Oh man.
What it would be
I have a question for you. So are you saying that different parts of just even Phoenix can feel significantly different?
Oh, definitely.
Because up where
Yeah.
I was near the Paradise Valley Mall, it was 31 degrees. I see that Robert in the chat room saying it was 31 degrees in his part of town, which is Southeast Chandler. But then over here, and when I got into work and opened my app on my phone, it said 39 degrees for downtown Phoenix.
Yep. And the reason is that the city holds heat better. All of these buildings, everything, it holds the heat better. We had 3 or 4 days of lots of sunshine. So everything given then, it's going to be a little warmer in the city. Also, low-lying areas that dip down, and there are a few of them around the state. One of them is up along the western border. Those areas where the cold can settle into,
Right.
they can be a little colder than other areas. They're kind of our cold spots across the valley. And, they've definitely cooler in some places than other places. It's always warmer downtown. And so the downtown, well, it's not really the downtown temperature. The temperature that we give is taken at Sky Harbor. Now I have to correct that. They used to take it at Sky Harbor. Now they take it at the National Weather Service, I believe.
Which is where?
Which is up near the zoo, the Phoenix Zoo, right across from the Phoenix Zoo. And the reason they stopped taking it at the airport was it was too warm there. The jets were giving off heat. All the cars, all the asphalt, all the runways, they were all giving off heat.
So it was misleading.
Probably by a degree or two a few times.
Right.
So,
Jeff Cotton is trying to rub it in, saying 47 this morning in Texas. Glad I'm not in cold Phoenix.
yeah,
Can't tell
boy,
if he's being
Texas, a
sarcastic
couple
or
of
not,
places
but
in
it's
Texas
warm
got
right
hit
now.
pretty hard, though.
With the
flooding and heavy rain, and that was a cool rain that they had. I think there might have been some ice up in the northern portion of the state, but yeah, there were a few places that that got hit pretty tough across Texas.
Is there rain in the forecast in Texas for later this week?
I haven't looked at Texas yet. I've just barely gotten to Arizona, so I don't really know what's going to happen. Yeah,
Arizona.
yeah, I focus on that, and then I'll go take a look. I'll just I'll pull up some information about the national weather and glance over it before I go out there. Generally, what I like to do is I like to watch a couple of different weather shows before I come in, so I can get somewhat of an idea of what's going on.
Look at this, though. It's so cold. This is the video. We're not going to actually listen to it, but this is video from the Colorado shooting, because that was a major issue, the weather.
Well, Colorado is used to this kind of weather.
Right.
They get a lot of it. The people know how to drive in it. I used to be quite a good ice driver.
Look at that.
Being born and raised in North Dakota, but I lost a lot of that skill.
Look at all of that snow, though.
What's with the weapons? What was? Oh, that
this
was
is
that.
From the Colorado
I see. Yeah, I
shooting,
know. That's the
Planned
Colorado
Parenthood
Planned
shooting.
Parenthood. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that they were in this standoff with the shooter for hours
in that kind
in the
of weather.
cold, I don't know. They need to be commended for the job they do. Sid, 24 degrees where Sid is. D saying 14 degrees this morning in Utah. Oh my gosh, I guess I cannot complain.
Yeah, see? There you go. All your worries are over now. So you had that one big worry you've been carrying around with you all day.
All day, all week, really. It's
Yeah.
been freezing. And the thing is now, I want to blame the city of Arizona for why I spent a lot of money.
The city of Arizona?
Sorry, the city of Phoenix.
Okay.
The state of Arizona.
Well, that's Arizona City, you know. Your Honor.
More so the cold temperatures. I spent a lot of money on Black Friday online,
Mhm.
justifying it by telling myself I need warm clothes for work.
Mm-hmm.
Can I expense that?
That's Mother Nature, you know, doing all that.
I suppose, Dave Bunsey.
Do they expense anything anymore?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think
Unfortunately
so.
not.
No.
Some other stories in my top 5, by the way, in case you're wondering. We had the Planned Parenthood shooter that was in court. Did you hear about this story out of Fresno? I haven't even really talked about it with the viewers, but I really want to.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it, no.
I'm going to pull up the video. An attempted burglar gets caught in the chimney and dies.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm going to give you guys more information on this story. Let me just pull up the video for you. This is out of Fresno County, specifically. You can see the fire department working to rescue the man in the chimney. Basically, he attempted to burglarize his home. He gets stuck in the chimney, no one's home. The very next day, the homeowner returns home. It's cold, like I mentioned in California, freezing. I was just in Fresno County yesterday.
Oh, don't tell me he started a fire.
And he started a fire.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep. And then suddenly he hears like a yell or scream or whatever, and then his room starts filling with smoke, obviously because the smoke can't go through the chimney because there's a person there. And he does what he can to put out the fire or whatever, and firefighters return. They try to rescue the man, but unfortunately the man did not survive.
Succumb to the smoke?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it.
Well, you know, I mean, if there's
a soundbite.
If there's a... Oh, okay.
Let's hear what he's saying.
I've been a deputy for almost 17 years now, and I've never seen anything like this. I've read about it, but I personally have never seen anything like this.
That's back to Colorado.
They tied a rope to the very top of the chimney to stabilize it, and then they used drills and chisels and to take apart the chimney to get the person out. It's generally quiet out here, but we do see spikes in crime from time to time. Nothing like this.
So this is the town of Huron in California, which I know it's in Fresno County. I've never been there. I'm going to look it up and see exactly where it is.
Well, as I was
population of about 6,000 people.
As I was saying, if there is a handbook for burglars, the first line should be, the only person that can go down a chimney is Santa Claus. and I think through life, unless it was a skinny little child, nobody has ever made it down a chimney. And now,
even children get stuck in chimneys.
Absolutely,
I feel like we've covered stories here on the news. Here locally, teenager gets stuck in chimneys. I can't
imagine anybody that has lived life for 17 or 15 years or more that doesn't know you don't fit down a chimney. That should be something everybody knows. But when you...
It's just shocking because here is this guy who attempted to burglarize this home. He no longer is alive. I mean, if you are going to commit a criminal act, I'm not saying that you guys should, but if you're going to, go through the window. Right?
Well,
I mean...
You would know, I guess.
I wouldn't know. I'm just saying there's a higher likelihood of risking your life in the chimney.
I agree.
I mean...
Advice for cons here.
Right. Basically. So I really wanted to show you that story because I thought that was pretty
entertaining. Think of that original, what that feeling is like when you realize you're stuck in this small place full of soot and you name it. Then the guy comes home and starts a fire. Hey, hello.
It's pretty sad.
Well.
By the way, it looks like we're getting a feed-in of Sheriff Joe Arpaio speaking at the Paradise Valley Mall. Let me pull this up.
They've got a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah, we're going to go live to this. Dave, thanks for giving us a weather update.
Okay, see you guys.
And Mike Page will be joining you guys right after this event with Sheriff Arpaio wraps up, guys. It's been fun. And you'll have Trump in just a little bit.
We've been very successful. However, this year is a little different with the terrorism, the shootings in crowded areas in our country. Unfortunately, just over the weekend, another person shot and killed a police officer and 2 others. So we had the volunteer posse. A lot of the equipment belongs to the posse. They're out here dedicating their time, their efforts to help the malls. I want to thank the Paradise Valley Mall officials for allowing us to use this parking lot. In fact, we just recently arrested someone in the one of the department stores shoplifting, and that person had drugs and was wanted by our office. So we are proactive, at least during the holiday season. We want to make sure that the public enjoys themselves, feels safe, come to the malls, spend money, have a good time. We're going to do everything we can to make sure they're safe and secure and can enjoy themselves in this holiday season. I know all of us in the United States and internationally are concerned about terrorist attacks. It's no secret that the U.S. government is also concerned. I'm concerned as the sheriff of this county. We do have, that we know of, approximately 250,000 citizens that carry concealed weapons. We have many others that carry weapons in the open. So I'm asking for that group to make sure that if some violent activity occurs, that they take action to defend themselves and also the people around them until law enforcement shows up. So that's another request for the people of this county to help out, to make sure that the people living in Maricopa County are protected. Might be a little controversial, but you know, it's the right thing to do. Just over the weekend, to make my point, once again, a possible deranged or whatever the motive was, killed a police officer, 2 others, start shooting. That just happened. And I believe that that shooting started in a mall parking lot and then went into a business establishment. So nobody's going to tell me that nothing can happen in this country. So that's just another twist, utilizing the volunteer posse and reserves and all our equipment to make sure everybody is safe and secure. But one thing I will say is we should not let any terrorists or any other people that want to commit violent acts to keep the shoppers from going shopping. I'm just hoping that this may make them more, happy and secure, that we're out here looking for them. Anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
Sheriff, typically over the years, the law enforcement people I've interviewed have always discouraged people from using their own weapons and have urged people instead to go find a cop. You're saying that if someone's got a weapon and something's going on, they should start shooting.
So you got a helicopter up there. I can't hear, but did you said that people are discouraging?
Well, in the past, law enforcement officers have often said, please don't take your gun out, don't get involved. The best thing to do is to seek help. Now you're saying...
Well, hold on. I'm going to let you in on a secret. Now, I don't steal anybody else's ideas. I like to originate my own, which I did on this one. But 60 years ago, I started my law enforcement career in the Metropolitan Police Department. According to published reports, the police chief in Washington, D.C., which is not the most conservative area, said that when we have a situation, when you have someone trying to cause havoc, I'm not quoting her verbatim, in an area where there's many people, citizens should take action. Those carrying guns, okay? So when you're saying that law enforcement wants to take the guns away, or I know the president and other people want to take the guns away, but not in this state. We're only one of 2 states that you can carry a concealed weapon if you want.
Guns away. I think they're just urging people not to. When you say take action, do you mean they should pull out their gun and shoot if necessary?
I'm going to tell you, you can, if you're in a situation, say example over the weekend, where that guy was in that place for 5 hours. Now, if there was someone in that place that had a gun, I would imagine that that person will shoot to defend themselves and the people around before law enforcement shows up. What's wrong with that? Now, we happen to have thousands and thousands and thousands of people that carry weapons. So, I'm going to say again, when you have a situation and you have a gun and people are shooting up the place, that person can take some action. That person can hide, that person can run, or that person can shoot. Okay? It's up to the individual person. Did I answer your question? Yes. I can't hear. What's she say? Is it good or bad? Oh. You're a private citizen? Yes, I'm a private citizen. Okay. From Cook County, Illinois, and I'm you mean Cook County that has guns when they have the tough gun laws and they're killing 600 people? Is that where you're from? Well, I was there too. I was a federal narcotic agent there too. You know, I've been everywhere. Is that the place with all the guns? Okay. Well, we got guns here too. But, in conclusion, we're here to protect the public, make them safe, let them go in, shop, take some precautionary measures like be under a light, go with 2 people, don't leave your gifts in the car. Take a little precaution, but go in there and enjoy yourself. That's why we're here, to make sure that people feel safe and they enjoy themselves. And after 22 years, we've never had a violent incident in 22 years. And I will predict it'll be number 23, I hope, that we won't have a serious situation. We're going to make arrests, but usually they're minor types of crime. The what? For malls that don't allow people to bring a weapon inside, I'm not advocating. Very good question. Boy, you did some research. There are some business establishments that will not let the people that carry weapons inside. I don't know, that could be here, but you know what? You can carry a weapon in your car. I presume there's some cars out here that have a gun in it. But we're not only I'm not talking about guns just because of the mall. I'm using the mall posse as a volunteerism type of operation. I'm talking to everybody in this county that those that carried concealed weapons, it's going to be up to them to decide what to do. Not me. I'm just saying I support them carrying the weapons and trying to protect the public. That's just another volunteerism that we have. I just had a posse guy took a bullet for a Phoenix cop. He's been in intensive care for 6 months, one of our posse guys. He didn't have a gun at the time. I'm sure if he had a gun, it may have been a different situation. Does the management have any? What? We're not going in there with machine guns or anything. Don't get excited. So, do you want to answer the question? And you can do it. I don't think it's a secret. You don't allow guns in your buildings, right? Except for law enforcement. But citizens don't go in there with the guns. But around here, they can have the guns in their car, not the building. So you still have a problem, which one of our big problems is the mall outside. That's where we concentrate to help the people going in and going out. And I'm not going to talk about any undercover personnel we may have floating around the county right now, or the mall program. But obey what the private business. You got to obey what they want, and we'll make sure that if we know anything, we'll enforce to help you guys out on that issue too. Is that it? I want to thank all the posse people. These are not all of them, they're out working. And want to thank the Korean War veteran here for your dedicated service. Of course, I don't want to take a plug myself. I'm not Donald Trump. However, I joined the Army when the Korean War broke out, so you know that I can get a senior discount at the malls, legally. But thank you for your service, and I think, is it your son that's a member of the posse? His son, the Korean War veteran, son, is out there volunteering, dedicating his service and his equipment to help the people when they shop. So thank you to the family, too. If you, I don't know, I don't want to activate you and make you a posse guy right now. You did pay your service to our country.
Any other questions? Good. Anything else?
I'm just angry at the weather gal because I thought it was, I wore this sweater. I wore a sweater. I wore all this underwear because she said it was going to be 35 degrees. It's like 70. Right, guys?
That's
right.
All right, everybody, there you go. You just saw the news conference by Sheriff Joe Arpaio, breaking it down what's going to be happening during the holiday season at the malls with the posse members. Coming up, folks, about 5:30, just about a little over an hour away, we're expecting the Donald Trump live event to be happening in Georgia. A big rally is expected. More than 12,000 people are expected to be out there to get you guys ready. We'll, around 5 o'clock, get you all primed up for the latest rally from Donald Trump. That's coming up. Oh, in just about 45 minutes, we'll be doing some coverage of that. All right, get you guys a little bit closer. Here is the latest where a little bit earlier today, he was with a coalition of African-American pastors. Take a look at this.
Will be leading at every poll and leading by actually very wide margins. So I think that will.
Can you explain the confusion where this event was billed as an endorsement event?
It's one of my ties. 2 points ahead. See, if anybody else, I'm 2 points ahead. Anybody else would say you're leading. With me, they say.
How are you going to be able to pull ahead of 10?
Oh, I think I'm going to win in Iowa, and I think we're going to win in New Hampshire, and I think we're going to win just about everywhere we go, and every poll is looking at that. And having the help of, I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
We had a wonderful time in the meeting. We made a lot of progress. It's not the last one.
Can you explain the confusion over why?
I got to do it because I love doing it, and I only love doing it because when you're number one in every poll, you like to sort of do it, right? Leading big in New Hampshire, leading in Iowa, leading monstrously in South Carolina, North Carolina. We're leading in Florida against the sitting senator.
All right, and that was from Saturday when Donald Trump had a rally in Sarasota. So that's just showing you a little bit of Donald Trump there from Saturday. Gearing you guys up, folks. About 5:30, Donald Trump stream live from Georgia. Should be always, it's always interesting. You never know truly what he's going to talk about or really say for that matter. There's always some big clippable moments where we clip a section of it and then put it on our YouTube channel as well. So you guys are in a great place for great political coverage. It's just gonna be amping up more and more as the as the season goes on here, and you can imagine right after Christmas and right after the New Year, I mean, it's going to go nonstop on this channel with primaries just months away. So you guys have the right idea to be here at Fox 10 News Now. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., except for today. No Kinsey today. She is taking her holiday because she had to work on Friday. So we will end the stream about 7:30, just depending on how long Donald Trump goes today in Georgia. So we appreciate everybody always being part of the stream. You guys are great in the chat room, always voicing your opinion, and always, for the most part, staying on topic. That's what it's there for, to really talk about your different views and share them. So we appreciate you guys tuning in every day, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's always a good time to be with you guys. All right, I do want to catch you up on some other politicians that were busy hitting the campaign trail today, since we're all talking about politics now. Let me just pull in Chris Christie. He was in New Hampshire once again.
Formally endorsing Governor Chris Christie for President of the United States in 2016. So we welcome you, and we welcome Mary Pat. And ladies and gentlemen, Governor and Mrs. Christie. So please eat and enjoy. Excellent. Sir, go ahead. All right. Am I giving this to him? Are you? No. You are. My bad.
There you go. How are you? Well, thank you, everybody, for coming. To win the plumber primary is like it's a really good prelude to February 9th. And so, first, for Mary Pat and I, we really want to thank Renee and Danny for all of their advice and counsel over time. As you know, with Renee, all conversations are at least two-way. If not more, and she has given me great advice and counsel over the course of the last number of months that I've been coming here. I want to thank all of you for coming today, and Mary Pat and I are really excited about a lot of the different things that have occurred over the last few weeks, from the debates to some really great turnouts we've had up here in New Hampshire at town hall meetings, and great questions from folks. Obviously today with Renee and Danny, and then obviously the union leaders' endorsement over the weekend. All those things, I think, are a testimony to how serious the times are in the country. And I want to talk a lot less about politics today than I want to talk about where we are in the country, and then take questions from all of you about whatever it is on your mind. But I'm struck to watch the president today overseas, and he said that climate change is the imperative for our nation. I have to tell you that when I think back on the Obama administration years from now, the one phrase that I think is going to stick with me the most to describe this administration, including his former Secretary of State, who now wants a promotion, is often wrong but never in doubt. I mean, that's what these guys are. Often wrong but never in doubt. Hillary Clinton said, if Mubarak and Gaddafi left Egypt and Libya, that this Middle East would be a safer, more secure place, and there'd be an Arab Spring. It looks like we're in the midst of Arab winter, not Arab Spring. She said that Assad was a reformer. They said that they drew a red line in Syria, then invited Putin in to settle the debate, and we see how that went. They said ISIS was the JV and not something to be concerned about. We have a situation around the world now where now you look at the president in the immediate aftermath of the Paris attacks, in the aftermath of all of the information that we've gotten regarding the heightened state of threat around the world. And he travels overseas to say that climate change is the American imperative for leadership. I can tell you this. Say what you want about the nearly now 250,000 Syrians that have been murdered by their own government. I can guarantee you this, they're not worried about climate change anymore, if they ever were. Fact is, the most important job of the President of the United States is to protect the safety and security of the American people. And every other job of the President of the United States comes behind that. Now, we can all order them in different things behind that, but that is the most important task. And the reason we know that is when we don't have it, nothing else matters. I remember the immediate aftermath of September 11th, and I'm urging everybody in this room and around New Hampshire to remember it too. Our country was disabled. No airlines were flying. No sporting events were happening, whether it was professional or youth. Right? The stock exchange was closed. When this country felt most under threat, we shut down. And we retreated where? To our homes, to be close to our families. It's a protective instinct. And the fact is that 14 years have passed now, so it's easy to forget. It's not that we totally forget. It's no longer at the top layer of our skin. It's now deeper inside of us, and we need our leaders to remind us of how we felt. And so for the president to be over there talking about climate change today, quite frankly, is insulting. It's insulting to the position that he holds. It's insulting even more to the responsibilities that are his for him to be talking about this stuff right now. Rather than trying to unite the world against ISIS, rather than try to find a solution in Syria, rather than worrying about how we protect the homeland in a way that's effective, he's talking about this other stuff. It doesn't make any sense to me. And you need a president who's going to focus on this, who's going to know what they're doing. Now, one of the things that I know I'll bring to the Oval Office is every morning when the CIA briefers and the FBI briefers come in to brief the president on his national security briefing, they're going to know that they're sitting with someone who not only understands what they're talking about, but knows how to utilize that information. The only person in this race who's executed applications under the Patriot Act, gone to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, and worked terrorism cases, understands the tools that law enforcement and the intelligence community needs to keep us safe. Because remember, that's the first line of defense. It's not the military. The first line of defense is intelligence and law enforcement. Those are the folks that can help prevent an attack. The military, by going on offense, can disrupt their networks and make it more difficult for them to act. But our first line of defense is intelligence and our law enforcement folks, and they need to be supported and empowered. Today, everybody, the NSA metadata program ends. Midnight today, it ended. That means we're no longer collecting that data, no longer able to utilize it in a way that helps to connect the dots, to intervene before these things happen. This is a result of the president's failure of leadership and the failure of leadership by folks like Senator Paul and Senator Cruz, who decided to take the position of the day, which was, oh, I'm going to be more of a libertarian on this stuff. You know, beware of politicians who take positions when they're convenient, when they're popular at the moment. And remember that back in March and April of this year, I was talking about this issue when it wasn't popular. And the fact is that it's because it's what I know and what I believe. And I know that our country needs to have a president again who's focused on those things first and foremost. Doesn't mean you can't do other things, and you will do other things as president. But what you know, if you have the experience I have, is this is your first responsibility. Because the lives of our children, our grandchildren, our spouses, our siblings are the most important things in our lives. We're coming off Thanksgiving weekend when I'm sure many of us got an opportunity to spend time with our families in a close and intimate type of setting. It reminds us once again how important, how central those things are to our country's life and to who we are as a people. And so I've been talking about this for a long time because I know how important it is. This is not a job for on-the-job training. We've seen that over the last 7 years. We don't want somebody who needs the manual, because a lot of the stuff isn't in the manual. It's stuff you've either done or you haven't done. And I'll end with this and let you ask me questions about whatever you like. This has been an entertaining primary so far. even to be a participant in. It's been entertaining. Has been. A lot of really good folks, a lot of colorful characters, a lot of people from different walks of American life who've decided to offer themselves up for President of the United States. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for our party. It's a good thing for our country. But it's game time now, everybody. We're, 68 days away from the New Hampshire primary. It's game time. And what the voters of the country are counting on the voters of New Hampshire to do is to do what you've always done. Be the folks who listen the hardest, ask the toughest questions, and are the most discerning. And vet this field and winnow this field for the American people in a way that's responsible. New is great. New is wonderful. New is exciting. New is shiny. New is untarnished. New is fabulous until you need experience. And then when you need experience, you go, wish this guy was a little tarnished. Wish he was a little tested. Wish he was a little tougher. Wish he had lived a little more life before we decided to hand over to him or her the most important job in the world. That's the responsibility all of you have over the next 68 days. Who are those people? Who are the ones on that stage when you look at it next 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks from tomorrow? A group of us are going to be on the stage again in Las Vegas. They're going to start like they always do. They'll have the group of us like, a bunch of circus acts, right? Standing out in front, standing next to each other, waving, All right, that's the way it'll open, all right? The TV will start. We'll all be standing out there. Then they'll have us walk behind our podiums. We're all part of the show. Well, I want you to look at those people on that stage. There'll be 8 or 9 of us probably. And I want you to ask yourself 2 questions as Republicans and as Americans. Who's the person up there who's most tested, most ready, most mature to take on the most impressive Democrat political machine in our lifetime, run by Hillary and Bill Clinton? And second, who's the most tested and ready and mature person to keep our country safe and secure and prosperous over the next 4 years? It's time to ask those questions. The other questions are fun and they're entertaining, but it's time. It's time for us to get to business, and I think you will. This is day 49 for me in New Hampshire, more than anybody else. I haven't been here because I just love the foliage, okay? Which, of course, I do. It hasn't been the only reason. The reason is because I believe the more the people of New Hampshire hear from me and get to question me, the more confident they'll become in my leadership, that they're that type of discerning voters. So we're going to see who's right, me or some of the folks in the national media who think this is a show. Not a show. This is serious business. So I'm thrilled to be back here. It's really great. When I came here the last time, I was wondering what Renee and Danny were going to do. Now I know, and I'm really happy about that, and hope to earn the support of as many of you in this room as are willing to give it. And to get your friends and your neighbors and your business colleagues to come out on February 9th to support the person you think is best ready, best prepared to win the presidency, and just as importantly, to execute on the presidency once you win. So I will stop there and take your questions on whatever you have on your mind today. And if it's the questions are really hard, I'll let Mary Pat answer them. Who's got anything? Yes, sir. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you again. One of the things, you talked about some of the important things, but one of the things I wish you'd address, we're going to be $20 trillion in debt by the time that the inexperienced senator leaves office as president. How is the Christie administration going to solve that issue?
Well, the Christie administration is not going to solve that issue. It's going to make progress towards solving the issue because it's taken us 230 plus years to run up $10 trillion in debt, and it's going to take us the last 8 to run up the next $10 trillion. And so any candidate who comes before you and says, don't worry about it, I'm going to take care of the national debt during my 4 or 8 years as president, is completely lying to you. Here's what we need to do. There's 3 ways to go about it. 2 big ways and then 1 specific way. The only ways to deal with debt is to spend less and get more money in. Those are the 2 ways to deal with debt. So how do we do that? First, on spending less money. I have some experience in this regard on a scale that's smaller but still rather daunting. When I became governor of New Jersey, we had an $11 billion deficit on a $29 billion budget in a state that has a constitutional amendment requiring a balanced budget. And I want to let you know that that was after raising taxes and fees 115 times in the 8 years before I became governor. So you do that, for 8 years you figure you should be flush, right? You raise taxes and fees 115 times at the state level, but it shows what it does to the economy. It depressed the economy, it drove jobs and people out of the state, and it got worse and worse. The Democrats immediately, when I got there, I have a Democratic legislature, said, well, we need to raise taxes to balance it. I vetoed the tax increase, and I cut 800 programs in the state budget. That took a lot. I mean, that was painstaking work. It wasn't like I'm going to cut 2% or 3% or 4% across the board, because let me tell you something, that never works. Because what happens is you wind up hurting programs that you really shouldn't be hurting. It's the hard work of having to go through a budget and get rid of individual things that either are wasteful or abusive, but that's a small amount. The other ones are programs that are either outdated or duplicative that you just can't afford anymore. Every one of those programs had a constituency. Every one of them, believe me. I heard the emails and the phone calls and the protests in the State House, but I was committed to making sure we balanced the budget and we did it in a way that was honest. And we went from, when I became governor, 13% one-shot revenues, where you sell something or do something just to close the gap. We're now down to 3% in our budget of one-shot revenues. So you need to be able to cut the budget in a way that makes sense, and that's the way I would do it on the federal level. But anybody who tells you that we're going to balance the budget and deal with the debt problem that way is forgetting 2 major parts of it. The first is no one else in the race has an entitlement reform program. No one. In fact, I was reading today that someone asked Carly Fiorina about how she would deal with Social Security and Medicare, and she said she would end waste and abuse. Listen, everybody, when any politician tells you on a huge program like Social Security and Medicare, the way I'm going to fix it is to end waste and abuse, just get up and walk out. Because it's total BS. All right? Total. Yeah, there's some. Of course there's some. And yeah, I want to end that. But that's about this much of the total. I've said we've got to raise the retirement age for Social Security. I've said that we've got to means test Social Security, raise the eligibility age for Medicare, and means test Medicare as well. The plan I put forward on that, Social Security, Disability, and Medicaid, you can see it on my website. It's been scored by the Congressional Budget Office. It'll save over $1 trillion over the next 10 years. That's real money. Not only that it'll help to stabilize those programs, but will not have us further contributing to the $20 trillion that you're talking about. The last piece is growth, and we have to have greater economic growth. We can't have 1.5% growth, because we're not going to be able to cut ourselves out of this problem. We're not going to be able to just grow ourselves out of this problem. It's got to be a combination of both. You have to push from both ends. That's why I'm for simplifying the tax code, setting it down to just 3 rates, with the top rate being 28% and the low rate being 8%, and have there being no additional deductions or loopholes, just 2. Home mortgage interest deduction, charitable contribution deduction. The rest of them go. You do your taxes in 15 minutes. Everybody pays the same. You're making $20 million, making $50 million, you can only deduct 2 things. No more investing in some ridiculous investment that gives you a tax write-off for all the rest. You write off for your mortgage interest, you write off for your charitable contributions, the rest of it you pay taxes on. It'll allow us to lower the rates all the way down. It'll make people's lives simpler, more money in their own pocket, and we're not running an economy to avoid taxes. Look at what's happening right now with Pfizer and Allergan. Allergan is buying Pfizer. Ridiculous. Why? Because Allergan has an Ireland address. And the people at Pfizer, and I'm telling you, I heard this from the CEO of Pfizer 2 years ago when I went to meet with him on behalf of the Republican governors. He said, this tax system in the country is crazy, and you're going to drive us out of the country. That's what we need to do on the corporate side to get growth again. Stop. The president thinks corporate inversions are a bad thing. So do I. He wants to fix it by banning corporate inversions. I want to fix it by making it no longer profitable for them to do it. And if we lowered our tax rate on the corporate level from 35 to 25, eliminated their loopholes, and allowed them to only be taxed once on the money they make, not twice, not once in another country and then back again here, these folks would not be leaving the United States. They wouldn't be being bought by Allergan to get an Ireland address. That's the way we're going to get economic growth again in the country, is to reward people who do their jobs and to reward work and not to reward the people who are gaming the system. The reason why the American people think the tax system is rigged for the rich is because it is. They're not stupid. They know it's rigged. It's been rigged by the lobbyists and the lawyers and the special interest folks down in Washington who get paid to do it. We've got to end that. So that's the way you go about the debt issue. It's not an easy answer, but it's the right answer, and it's the only way you're going to be able to do it. Otherwise, we're just going to continue to add to this debt. They used to ask me about in New Jersey, well, how do you think you can actually reduce the budget in this state? Like, it's not possible. Well, yeah, it is. You just have to make hard decisions, and it's possible to do it on the federal level too. You got to be willing to take the heat that comes along with that, because I'm going to cut a program you're going to like. I don't know which one it is yet, but I can guarantee you, I'm going to cut a program you're going to like. And I got to be willing to come back up here to New Hampshire, and when you say to me, hey, I like that program, you cut it, I'll say, hey, you were the guy who asked me about the $20 trillion in debt, right? I'm from New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey.
All right, folks, we are going to pause this event and take you to a live event happening right now in South Carolina, where Carly Fiorina is holding a town hall rally. Let's take you out there live right here on Fox 10 News Now.
Thank you so much. I see there are microphones here in the two aisles, so if you have a question, please come on down, as they say. Yes, sir, and then, ma'am, you can make your way to the microphone as well.
Is this working? It is. First off, I got to tell you, you are the first candidate that I've contributed to since Ronald Reagan.
Well, thank you, sir. I really appreciate that.
My question is, I'd like your thoughts on the Supreme Court, because I think that's one of the most important issues that will be coming up after the next election.
Well, thank you for that question, because indeed the next president may have as many as 4 Supreme Court nominees. And it's an incredibly important set of responsibilities. You know, I mentioned to you my dad. My dad, I said, was a law professor, and he was. My dad is also where I learned conservatism. You know, I adored my dad, and he would come home from work, and I would sit at his knees while he watched the news. And I would watch him yell at Walter Cronkite. And I would ask him why, and he would explain. And the next morning, I would get up and watch him yell at the New York Times. And I would say, Daddy, why do you read this if it upsets you? He would explain. Why do I bring up my father in connection with Supreme Court justices? Because ultimately, he went on to become a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals judge. If you know anything about the Ninth Circuit, you know they are the most liberal court in the land. And my dad was really conservative. And I watched him for 20 years stick to his principles. And so he was dissenting most of the time. And virtually every time the Supreme Court reversed the Ninth Circuit, they reversed them a lot, they would point to my father's dissenting opinions. Why do I bring that up? Because what I will look for in a nominee is someone who understands how to withstand pressure. The truth is, there are a lot of people who get put on the Supreme Court and we all think they're conservative. And maybe they are, and then the pressure starts. The pressure starts from their fellow judges. The pressure starts from the punditry. The pressure starts from the city of Washington, D.C., and suddenly they're not so conservative anymore. So in addition to selecting nominees who have a track record of real conservative principles and conservative activism when necessary, I will pick people who have a track record of sticking to their principles, to their core values, under pressure. And I will not delegate the responsibility to select a nominee to somebody else, as presidents too often do. I'll spend time with those nominees because it's an incredibly powerful position. But I feel as though in many ways I am blessed and have a leg up because I'm going to look for men or women like my dad.
Thank you. Two things, Carly. How are you going to deal with lobbyists? Because that has so much control. And how can we get term limits?
So let me go back to the example that I gave of press 1 for yes, 2 for no. And you might think, wow, that sounds so gimmicky. Not at all. Let me tell you why we know pressure works. It has to be real pressure. It has to be consistent and concerted pressure. But we know it works. Do you remember the scandal at the VA in Arizona? We learned, to our horror, that veterans were dying before they got an appointment. And bureaucrats were cooking the books. The American people were so outraged by this that they flooded Washington, D.C. And no lobbyist and no politician could stand up against the flood of outrage. And what happened? In 3 short weeks, Congress passed, on a bipartisan basis, a bill that said we could fire the top 400 senior executives at the VA for dereliction of duty. It sailed through the Senate 99-0, and President Obama signed it. Why did all that happen? Pressure. Now, unfortunately, the pressure abated, and only about 3 people have been fired. And now a bill languishes on the floor that says, you know what, that principle ought to apply to everybody in the VA. And by the way, I'm going to ask you, do you think that principle ought to apply all throughout government? When people are derelict in their duty, there have to be consequences. Lobbyists have power because there is no counteracting pressure. They're there to keep all those special interests and special deals in place. You, we, the citizens of this nation have enormous power, but we are not using it. I will tap it. Every single problem we have can be solved with mostly common sense solutions. When I said zero-based budgeting, how do you budget at home? Everybody nods their head up and down. You know, if you want to spend less money and yet invest it in your priorities, you got to know where every dollar is being spent. We know the answers to these things. Every week, I'm going to go into the Oval Office in the weekly radio address and say,
Our most kind, gracious Heavenly Father, as we bow our heads and our hearts in your presence, I thank you for this day. I thank you, Lord, that you went to a cross and you shed your blood for everyone under the sound of my voice. And God, because your blood was shed, if we acknowledge our sins, we believe that Christ died for us, and we confess our sins to you, we shall be saved. Lord, I pray for our nation. I ask you to keep us safe. Would you protect the men and women that are watching over us and protecting us on foreign fields? Would you keep them safe, God, while they keep us safe, because we are the land of the free, because we are the home of the brave. God, I pray that you will direct us, you will lead us. You tell us, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then you will hear from heaven. You'll forgive our sin. You'll heal our land. And my prayer is for America to turn back to God, because if our nation will turn back to you, you will bless America. We love you. We pray this prayer respecting all faiths, but we pray this prayer in the name of your Son, our Savior, Jesus, the Lamb of glory. Until you come, we pray. Amen.
Amen. You know, there's many things that makes America great. First and foremost, America is great because of God, because of his hand upon our nation. Amen. But the second reason that America is great is because of all of our men and women who are currently serving, that have served, our veterans, those that are serving now. Can we give them a hand? It's my honor now to introduce to you someone. There's many people here that I'm excited about. Everyone's excited about seeing Donald Trump, and there's many other people here that are excited about being here. But I'm telling you right now, this makes my night because I get to introduce to you a real American hero. Staff Sergeant Luke Murphy is a wounded warrior, served in Iraq. Could we give him a hand as he comes at this time?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's truly my honor to serve this country, just like my family members that arrived and fought in the Civil War, the ones that were gassed in World War I, my great uncle that was a POW in World War II, my great uncle that fought with Patton in Africa, Italy, and all the way to the Bulge. My father was a Marine, and it was my pleasure to serve 2 tours with the 101st Airborne Division in the infantry. Thank you. Now, it pains me to see what's going on over there today. It's hard for me to listen to the news this morning and see the leader of the free world talk about climate change being our biggest threat. Believe me, he is wrong. Well, I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen. He called ISIS a bunch of amateurs. And as my mama would say, it takes one to know one. I brought my new book today, Blasted by Adversity. And in this book's a picture of Donald Trump and I. I had the pleasure of meeting him 7 years ago when he was donating his time, his place, and his money so that disabled veterans could go on and do marathons. He's in this book. I encourage you to go pick it up. Now, if you love this country like I do, and you can stand, please stand and stand loudly and say the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We were going to sing, but maybe we'll just look good. It's the America Medley.
in liberating strife, who more than self their country love and mercy more than life. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and found with blood from sea to shining
At this time, Miss Mallory Miller is going to come and lead us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job. Again, thank you so much for coming and being here tonight. We're excited. How many of you excited about seeing Mr. Trump? At this time, it's my honor to introduce you to someone who's been a friend of mine for a long time. We're honored tonight to have him. He's one of our very own Central Georgia. He's in his third year in the state Senate. Would you help me make welcome Mr. Burt Jones?
How's everybody doing tonight? What a great night. What a good turnout here. I'm excited. A few weeks ago when the Trump camp called me, they said, we need your help. I said, I'm happy to do it. They said that we need to hold an event in Georgia somewhere. I said, well, if you want to win Georgia, you got to go to the heart of Georgia. And I don't think there's a better place than Macon, Georgia. So they asked me, some of my colleagues have asked me, why are you supporting Trump? I told them because I'm tired of the gridlock in Washington, D.C. I want a leader, a strong leader, that will take on the national debt, that will secure our borders, and they won't worry about who they offend in doing it. Now, it is my honor tonight to introduce a man that has long time not worried about the media, what the media has said about him. And he's my good friend, and I'm so glad to have him here tonight. WSB's very own Herman Cain.
Raise the roof. Good evening. Let me first answer one of the questions that you get from a typical liberally biased media person that asked me this question when they heard that I was going to be at this Trump rally. Why are you speaking at the Donald Trump rally in Macon, Georgia? My answer, because Donald Trump asked me to. I knew Donald Trump before he made the decision to run for president. So this is not a new situation for me. But one of the reasons that I continue to set the record straight every day, as many of you all know, is because you have a lot of people in the media and the establishment that are trying to bring down Trump with lies and BS, and it's not going to work. I don't have to tell you that America is on the wrong track. I don't have to tell you that. I'm sure I have a few loyal Herman Cain listeners in here who hear me talk about that all the time. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, shuck it, duck it. But we on the wrong track, you know that, and the only way we're going to get back on the right track is that we have got to have the right leader in the White House. Because unfortunately right now, we don't have a leader in the White House. The last point that I want to address in my brief remarks, and I'm thrilled to be here, is the media question that they continue to try and turn into a media frenzy. Is the media continuing to talk about those outsiders that are leading the Republican nomination? Well, many of you all know that I was considered an outsider. And let me tell you something about my definition of an outsider. If you were born in the United States of America, you are an insider through and through. There are no outsiders. You see, the outsiders want to take this country back. And if you're born here, you're not an outsider. You're an insider. Because when the founding fathers wrote those famous words, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men and women are created equal. That they are endowed by their Creator, not man's, not the Democrats, with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But don't stop right there. The reason many of you all are here today, the reason that many of you all are carrying those "We Stand with Trump" signs is because of what the next paragraph says in the Declaration. And it says, when any form of government becomes destructive of those ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. We've got some altering and abolishing to do with a new leader in the White House. My name is Herman Cain.
Some people call him the Donald, or some people call him Mr. Trump. He's making lots of promises, yeah, out on the campaign stump. Says he's gonna build a wall, he's gonna build.
All right, folks, what we just had to do was just drop that audio down for a little bit as they are playing copyrighted music right there. We will stay on this shot for you. Donald Trump rally live happening right now. He's supposed to hit the stage around 5:30. In the meantime, we will keep this shot, but in the right corner, go to Carly Fiorina, who is still holding a town hall rally in South Carolina. X that out. Carly's just wrapping up in South Carolina. We will stay on this shot here for you. Donald Trump rally expected about 5:30. Folks, while we're waiting for this rally to start, I'm just going to play a Trump rally from Columbus, Ohio on November 23rd. Again, that's November 23rd.
Actually, to be that way. It takes too long. Do you remember when they were talking about Anchor Baby? And a certain announcer during a news conference said, "You know that's a derogatory term." I said, "What would you like me to say?" Well, the child of a illegal immigrant who came into, undocumented immigrant, who came into the country at a certain time. I said, "Wait a minute. I know, can't say that. Can't say that. Too long. It's too long. Too long. Anchor Baby, right? Anchor. So what happened then is all of the things that you see happening worldwide. They knew that I called the oil. They knew that I wrote a book in the year 2000, right? I wrote a book and I said Osama bin Laden. I said we better take him out because I watch and I study and I see this guy was saying horrible things about our country and how he's going to come in and do big, big damage and big destruction to our country. And I said in my book, you better take him out. He's going to crawl under a rock. That was before the World Trade Center came down. And a couple of the announcers in the morning, Joe Scarborough for one, said, whoa, when did he say it? Before the World Trade Center. And I've gotten credit for it. We have to be vigilant. We have to be smart. We have to be so tough. And the only language that they understand is tough. They don't understand nice. Some people do, some people don't. You know, in deals, I talk a lot about deals. Oh, are we going to make great trade deals? We're going to stop corporate inversion. You know, we have companies leaving. They're leaving. We're losing tremendous numbers of jobs because our politicians are, through faulty taxes and faulty programs, they're allowing Pfizer is leaving. They're allowing these great companies to leave our country with thousands and tens of thousands and ultimately millions of jobs left behind. I'll solve that so fast. Carl Icahn's working with me. He's one of the greats. We're going to solve that so fast. I want to say Pfizer. I mean, I know the head of Pfizer is a great guy. But, you know, there's a case of everybody. There's $2.5 trillion or more offshore in different countries. Everybody agrees we should let it come back to the United States. Everybody. There's nobody. The Democrats and Republicans, they still can't make a deal. This has been going on for 2.5, 3 years. They can't make a deal. Washington is gridlocked. They all agree. This is one of the few things they agree. The money should come back. They can't get anything done. They can't agree. All of that's going to change. We're going to bring that money back. We're going to bring the jobs back. We're not going to let Pfizer leave. We're going to talk to them. They're going to stay. Nobody even talks to them. Nobody talks to them. And I'm going to have the greatest business minds in the world, and we have the greatest. I know many of them. I know all of them. Some are nice people, some are not nice people. I don't care if they're nice. Do we care if they're nice? I don't care. Who cares? But we're going to make deals the likes of which you've ever seen. We're not going to lose $400 billion a year on trade imbalance with China. $70 billion a year with Japan. $70 billion. $40 billion with Mexico, the car capital of the world someday soon. They're taking our factories, they're taking our cars, we're making cars. Ford is spending $2.5 billion on building a plant. $2.5 billion! And then they're going to make cars, send them over the border, no tax, no. How does that help us, folks? Not going to happen anymore. I'm not going to go through this story. Not going to happen. Because the one thing that I'm seeing is Ford, Nabisco, you know, they're leaving Chicago, they're moving their plant into, you know about that, no more Oreos, right? They're leaving, and I'm not saying you're heavy, you look beautiful, but nevertheless. No more Oreos. Nabisco is moving their plant from Chicago to Mexico. I'm not going to let it happen, but here's what is happening. Since Paris, it's taken on a very different turn, and my speeches have taken on a very different trade, believe me, I do that out of my back. I'm really great at that stuff. Okay, I built a great company. I built a company. Everyone said, oh, he'll never run because maybe his company's not as big as people think. Turned out to be much bigger, much stronger, much richer. The greatest assets
It's a tremendous under-leveraged, way under-leveraged. And you know what? I tell you not because I'm bragging. I tell you for a simple reason. That's the kind of thinking we need running this country. We've got to run the country properly. So what's happened is when I speak to people, as of the last week, since Paris, I'm talking about trade. Believe me, it'll be great. You'll be happy. I'm talking about Obamacare. You're going to be happy. We're going to terminate. You're going to be happy. You're going to have something great. I told you. But let me tell you, I don't spend a lot of time talking about it. Believe me, you're going to be happy. We're going to become a dynamic force. My tax return is lowering everybody's taxes bigly. Corporations are being lowered. They're the highest tax, we're the highest tax nation in the world. And we've become stagnant with taxes and restrictions. And it's going to end. But forget that. Forget that. Because now I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. But now I don't talk about that so much. It's going to happen. I do that stuff out of my back pocket. That's what I'm really great at. But I'm going to be great. I'm going to be just as good. I'm going to hopefully be even better at our security and at making us really strong and at not having you worry about horrible things happening to your cities where you have scum, garbage, where you have garbage that our anchors use these horrible terms like masterminds. You have people that are bad. We're going to be safe. And we're going to help the world. We're going to be with the world. We're going to fight with the world, but we're going to do it together. We've got to do it together. And we're not letting Syrian refugees who we don't know where they are. Look, I have a bigger heart than anybody, and I love the idea of building a safe zone in Syria. Build a safe zone. Build it. So that they can stay there. And what Merkel did to Germany is a horrible thing. But let those people, let them go back. They probably would rather be there. That's their home. I see it all the time. People work for me in great locations. When they retire, they want to go back to their country, even though you wouldn't say that's a good thing. You would say why. But we are going to work on creating safe zones. But I'm going to get other people to pay for it. You know, OPO, other people's, right? OPM. OPO is the post office, and OPM is money. But we're going to get other people to help us. The Gulf states are going to help us. And Germany, and all of these countries that we protect. We protect Japan. We protect South Korea. We protect Germany. Do you know that if we get attacked, Japan doesn't have to help us at all? If they get attacked, we have to send the full force of our armed forces over to protect Japan. Who makes these deals? Who makes deals like that? So it's all morphed into one big, beautiful package. And the package is called you, but maybe it's in the form of me. The beautiful package that we're going to do. And you're going to be so proud, and you're going to be so happy, and you're going to win again. We're going to start winning so much. We're going to win. We're going to win on trade. We're going to win on health care. We're going to win with the military. Hopefully don't have to use it. We're going to win with our vets. We're going to win with our wounded warriors, the greatest people of all. They're incredible. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to take back our jobs from China and Japan and Mexico. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. And remember this, and it starts off tough. It starts off tough, but it ends correctly. The American dream is dead, but we're going to make it bigger and better and stronger than ever before. Ever before. And we are going to make America great again, and you're going to be so proud. And I love you all, and thank you. Such a great people. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. We're going to do it together. Thank you. Remember that? Everyone said, what a horrible thing he said. What a horrible, horrible thing. that he said, keep the oil. Isn't that terrible? It's a sovereign, it's sovereign nothing. They killed us. Those leaders, that's why you have ISIS. Because they cut them off so viciously that ISIS formed, and ISIS now is tougher and smarter than them. And if we're not involved, they'd go in right away and take over Iraq. But now ISIS is getting beat up pretty badly. This morning they asked me a question. Would you approve waterboarding? Would I approve waterboarding? Would I approve waterboarding? And I said, well, let me ask you a question. On the other side, they chop off our young people's heads and they put them on a stick. On the other side, they build these iron cages and they'll put 20 people in them and they drop them in the ocean for 15 minutes and pull them up 15 minutes later. Would I approve waterboarding? You bet your ass I approve. You bet your ass. In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. And I would approve more than that. And don't kid yourself, folks. It works, okay? It works. Only a stupid person would say it doesn't work. It works. They're all saying, oh, it has no effect. It has. I know people that are very, very important people, and they want to be politically correct. And I see some people talking on television about, well, I don't know if it works. And they tell me later on, it works. It works. Believe me, it works. And you know what? If it doesn't work, they deserve it anyway for what they're doing to us. But it works. It works. Now, we've been having an interesting time because, as you know, I said we have to really be vigilant with respect to the Muslim population. We have great people in the Muslim population, but something's happening. Something's happening. I always say, they're not coming out of Sweden that want to kill us. They're not coming from Norway. They're not coming from Denmark. They're coming from a certain part with a certain philosophy. There's some bad stuff out. And I said we have to surveil. We have to have strong surveillance. We have to create lists for the Syrian refugees coming in. We have to create lists. We have to create lists. We have the refugees coming in, and we have to create lists. Two people. So sad. You know, it's sad, it's rude too. And you know part of the problem? We have 10,000, 12,000 people here. Those two people will have a little line that, oh, they were pickets. They're not pickets. Yeah, you can get them the hell out. Go ahead, get them. Unbelievable. So, when it comes to the mosques, I have great respect for all religions, but we have to have a certain surveillance because things are happening that are not good. So here's what happens, and it was very interesting. During a speech recently, I said that I saw in parts of New Jersey, Jersey City, but parts of New Jersey, I saw people getting together and in fairly large numbers celebrating as the World Trade Center was coming down, killing thousands of people, thousands and thousands of people. People are still dying over what happened to the World Trade Center, and they're dying a terrible death. And I saw people, and I saw on television, and I read about it on the internet, and I read about it. So they said, oh, we can't find anything, Mr. Trump. The reporters are calling all day, all night. They want to find out, did Trump make a mistake? So I have some good people. And they checked and they checked. And believe me, it's being cleared off, plenty of stuff. They don't like that, because that's not good for the liberal cause, right? But they don't like it. And lo and behold, I start getting phone calls in my office by the hundreds that they were there and they saw this take place. On the internet, and my tweets, @RealDonaldTrump. @RealDonaldTrump. They'll turn those cameras off for a second. Look at all of them. @RealDonaldTrump. So all of a sudden, I'm getting all of these tweets. I saw it, I was there, I was this. But I saw it. I saw it. So what happens, I put my, it was a long time ago. So September 18th, now, September 11th was one of the worst days, maybe the worst day in the history of our country. Worse than Pearl Harbor, because at least with Pearl Harbor, they were attacking the military. They were attacking ships and they were attacking the military. Here they're attacking civilians that had, I know so many people that died in the World Trade Center. Unbelievable people, great people, friends of mine, unbelievable people. They died in the World Trade Center. This wasn't real. They didn't have weapons. They didn't have anything. They were horribly, and that was a horrible death. I watched people jumping off the building. How would you like to be 102 stories up and your choice is burn or jump? And many people jumped. And I witnessed it. I watched that. Because I had a view. I have a window in my apartment that specifically was aimed at the World Trade Center because of the beauty of the whole downtown Manhattan. And I watched as people jumped, and I watched the second plane come in. And I was watching television when the first plane hit. And they said, no, it must have been a boiler explosion, but I'm good at real estate. Boilers are not up there. Boilers are underneath, right? They're in the basements. And I said, that was not a boiler. And then I saw the second plane come in. And I said, wow, that's unbelievable. And there were people that were very, very happy. And those people, not good people. So, nobody believed me. Some people believed me. By the way, thousands of people believed me because they saw it. But the media was going crazy. They were having a field day. And one of my people came in, Mr. Trump, I have a story in the Washington Post. Washington Post? Washington Post. How good is that, right? That's good. Because they do us no favors. They do us no. They're one of many. But they do us. And I have to tell you, and I say it a lot, among the most dishonest people I've ever dealt with are the media. The media. Among dishonest. Believe me. Among the most dishonest. Unbelievable. The level of dishonesty is unbelievable. Not everybody. I've met some incredible people. Those people right there with all the cameras going. And some are very good. And, in all fairness, I've dealt with some very fair people. I've dealt with some really treacherous, horrible human beings that will quote you totally wrong things that you never even said. I said, I never said that. But they're very dishonest people. So one of my people comes in. This is a story from the Washington Post on September 18th, a week later, 2001. In Jersey City, within hours of two jetliners plowing into the World Trade Center, law enforcement authorities detained and questioned a number of people who were allegedly seen celebrating the attacks and holding tailgate style. Tailgate, you know what that means? Tailgate. That means football games.
Softly, deftly, music shall surround you. Feel it, hear it, closing in around you.
Folks, we are awaiting Donald Trump any moment now. He should appear. then we will, don't worry, we'll have that audio there for you once he hits the podium. Once again, they are playing copyrighted music. That's why we just can't listen to that right now. But as soon as he hits that podium, of course, we will up that mic for you. Should be any moment now, folks. You're watching Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. Live Donald Trump rally happening in Macon, Georgia. And just a reminder, folks, we have no control over this camera, so we wish they could pan as much as you want them to as well. But unfortunately, we can't control what the camera operator does here. You know, if it was up to us, folks, we'd be panning all the time. Hashtag PanCam. That's probably the best pan you guys are going to get there. Hashtag PanCam. Folks, if you think your audio, you think there's something wrong with your audio, it's not. We just lowered the audio for now because they are playing copyrighted music and we just can't stream that because they will take that stream down, and we do not want that stream to be down. So that's why audio is down, but don't worry. Do not worry, because once Donald Trump hits that podium, we're going to crank it all the way up. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Here's what we have going on, folks. Obviously, you're looking and waiting for the Donald Trump live rally to begin in Macon, Georgia. We're being told that the delay is, well, more people are still filing into this convention center. Donald Trump is allowing them to make their way on in before he hits the podium. And once again, once that podium... Here we go. Looks like we're getting closer. Enjoy, everybody. Donald Trump live in Macon, Georgia.
What a crowd. What a crowd. What a group. Beautiful. Thank you very much. What an incredible group of people. Beautiful. And you know, no matter where we're going now, everybody wants to see greatness for our country. We want to bring it back. It's the same. Everybody loves each other. I'll tell you, we left so many places. I mean, we go New Hampshire, we go Iowa, we go South Carolina, we go to Virginia, we go, no matter where we go, Dallas, no matter where we go, it's the same thing. There's so much love in the room. It's easy to do this. It really is. It's easy to do. It's easy. Amazing. It's amazing. I want to thank Herman Cain, my friend, for his wonderful remarks. He's really a good guy. 999, right? 999. Wherever Herman is, thank you, Herman. And, you know, we had a meeting today that was amazing. We had the African American pastors, so many came up to Trump Tower. It was like one of the most inspiring meetings. It was an unbelievable. The love they have for the people that they represent and people generally was incredible. And I just want to tell you, they left Trump Tower. I then immediately got on the plane, and I felt very inspired. It was a really terrific day. So, and Bruce is here. Where is Bruce? Bruce Lavelle. Where is Bruce? Bruce, get over here, Bruce. Do you know Bruce? If you don't know him. Bruce, come here, Bruce. Bruce. All right, now get the hell out of here, Bruce.
You know, this is so impromptu. You never know when you ride with this guy. I was in New York, and I went up there, guys, on a serious note to just defend a lot of the things that you've been seeing in the news that were totally false. Donald Trump is not a racist, guys. Really? You know, I went to his campaign, and I'll be honest, you guys probably never met him. I've met him several times. I actually rode back on his plane and got to help land the plane with my beautiful wife, Sharon, over here. Where are you, Sharon? And we had a big meeting up at the Trump headquarters, and we had over hundreds of pastors that showed up that looked like me and different leaders across the country to denounce this rumor, this accusation against this fine man. And it's all... Guys, the first thing when I walked up to his office, I looked around, and it was so culturally diverse, it was amazing. Most of the women were in charge. They had the higher positions in his organization. Did y'all know that? But on a serious note, I won't talk because it's about Donald Trump. I just want to let you know that, I'm wholeheartedly thankful to be a part of this campaign and to help him, and I hope you guys help him. I know there's a lot of establishment guys. I was part of the establishment. I used to be a chairman at Gwinnett, GOP chair. Some of y'all know me. But I'm here to tell you it's not about anything else except you guys, the people. And I just want you to let you know that Donald Trump is here for everyone, hears every voice, and he's our guy.
Thank you, Bruce. Pastor. Thank you. That was very nice, but we met with many, many pastors, and it was just great. So, as you can see, the people are still pouring out. Now, we could get all of these people coming in right now. If you'd like to wait for 45 minutes before we start, do you want to do that? I had a feeling you were going to say that. I had a feeling. It's been going amazingly well. You do have the mainstream media. I've been hearing about mainstream media all my life. No, I've been hearing about it, and it's true. I mean, they don't give you accurate, really representation. It's an amazing thing. They don't do it. They don't do it. I constantly talk about the cameras. They never show the crowds. They never show the crowds. My wife is always disappointed. Darling, you must not have had a good crowd tonight. But now after about 3 or 4 times, she understands they never want to show the crowds. They never want to fan the cameras. It's an incredible thing. Can you do it maybe once? Fan the cameras. Fan the cameras. They don't move them. They don't move them. They don't move them. I should be happy. It's focused on my face. They never move it. Nobody knows what's going on because you really don't. They don't want to, I mean, it sounds crazy. They don't want to show the kind of response we're getting. So we had 12,000 people. We had 12,000 in Sarasota, Florida on Saturday in an afternoon during football games. 12,000, biggest crowd ever. They'd never had a crowd even close. The arena held 6. We had 6 outside, 6 inside. I made 2 speeches. And nobody knew that. They don't talk about it, so that's okay. Here's the story. Here's what's important. Here's what's important. We're winning in every single category. Every category. We're winning every single poll. Fox just came out. We're beating Hillary Clinton even head-to-head by a lot. And I have to tell you, we're beating her by a lot, but she does, and this people are going to say, oh, that's not a nice thing to say. Who cares? We can't afford to be so nice, folks. We can't afford. We don't have the options. For a while we had options. We could mess it up. We don't have the options. We've got to get it right. She doesn't have the strength or the stamina to be president. She just doesn't. She doesn't. I know her. You ever notice she'll go in one of these things and she'll do something, and it's, by the way, the crowds are like 200 people. We were in New Hampshire, actually a part of Massachusetts, where I have 48%. You know why? Because Tom Brady likes me. What can I tell you? I think so. If Tom Brady likes you, you're in pretty good shape in Massachusetts. But we have 48% in the poll in Massachusetts. And we're landing, and Hillary is nearby, and she's going past, and we had all of the police in Massachusetts give us a motorcade. You never saw anything like it. It was like 50 motorcycles. It was the most incredible. I actually said, why do I have to be president? No president ever had a motorcade like we just got. And Hillary, we had 4,500 people, and right next door, meaning 10 miles up the road, Hillary had about 200 people. It's the way it is. That's the way it is. And I'll tell you, this just came out. I don't know if the other networks can keep their thing going, but I might as well. CNBC and CNN, they were pretty lousy. That guy John Harwood was a real stiff, wasn't he? What a dope. What a dope he was. He was so nice to me for 3-4 weeks. Oh, yes, Mr. Trump. Oh, Mr. Trump, we look so forward. We look so forward to having you. And then he reads this question, such a nasty question. And I said, what a nasty question, right? So they're just a bunch of phony people. But when it comes to this, I'll say it's good because it's good news. So good news, they're not phony, all right? So this was CNBC. So it said staying home. And it says for the front runner, 75% Republicans polled. Basically, you see the charts. And that if Trump runs, far more people are going out to vote in the election. Far more. Then it says no matter, I had no glasses on, but these are minor details. I didn't want to put the glasses on. Does it make sense? Should I put them on? No. They're all saying no, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, I'm going to do it without. No matter what party affiliation you consider, Trump brings them out. This is CNBC. Republicans, Democrats, and independents are all most likely to show up if Trump is on the ballot. In our analysis, we assume constant variables, the Democrats nominating Hillary, which is going to happen, unfortunately or fortunately. I'd actually rather run against her. She has done such a lousy job. You know what her legacy is going to be? The greatest job that she has ever done will be getting out of the email scandal, assuming that happens. It's true. That will be her greatest achievement. You see all the classifieds today? They had thousands. How does a person have that many emails? They have 3,000 here, 5,000. How do you have that many emails anyway? But they have thousands of classified today. It's disgusting because, frankly, she shouldn't be allowed to run. She shouldn't be. But the Democrats are protecting her. She's being fully protected, as the expression goes. And by the way, we can't tell any more jokes. You know, every time I kid and tell jokes, these guys put on like, a little segment. Like the belt, right? The belt, you know what I'm talking? I talked about Carson, how it doesn't work that way if you hit. And I went into like a whole big thing, can't be possible. The belt will twist and turn. So I'm going through this thing like for 3 minutes. And I pull over to the side and I start showing the belt. And I start showing it. Very strong, very nice, but it's a part of a whole story. They never show anything, just that 2 or 3 second clip. I'm playing with my belt and people don't know what the hell you're doing. It's unbelievable. And then I talked about, the other day, I talked about a reporter who changed his story. He changed his story. And I go into this very highly exaggerated phase of changing the story. They don't say what it's all about. All they do is they show these little snippets. They do whatever they can to make you look bad. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to tell any more jokes. I'm not going to kid. Oh, you want me to? You want me to? Okay. Okay, so I will. All right. Just as long. No, it's true. And then my opponents do commercials where they take a 2-second snippet. These are really dishonest people. Like this guy, Kasich. He did a commercial. Total stiff. Hey, I'm beating him in Ohio by a lot. And he's the governor of Ohio. No, it's terrible. They say something to the effect that, can the people, I was talking about Carson, and I said that he had a certain problem, right? We don't have to go into it. Okay, I will. No. I said he had a certain pathological problem. Now, he wrote it. I didn't write it. And he said he suffers from pathological disease, okay? That's a serious problem. Don't we have enough problems in this world? And I said, essentially, the people of Iowa can't be that stupid. And then I said, the people of the United States, something to the effect, can't be that. In other words, I'm talking about everybody. How can you vote for somebody with a problem like that? I'm not even talking about going after the mother with a hammer. I'm not talking about hitting his friend in the face with a lock. And I'm not talking about that total nonsense about boom, into his stomach, and the belt saved it. Okay? Okay? I'm not talking about those stories. I said I'm not going to mention them tonight, so just disregard. It's like you're before a jury and the judge says, please disregard. Oh, okay, we'll disregard. So what happens is Kasich does a commercial, but he only puts up the first part. He doesn't put up the second about all the people in the United States. They take little snippets. These are horrible people, horrible people. Interestingly, in the same poll, Not that I care about Kasich. I think he's got 1%. But it says Kasich does the worst. You know what's funny? When people come after me, they've gone down the tubes. You look at Kasich. Now, before that, Jindal, he was vicious. Bobby Jindal. Alfred E. Newman, I call him. No, it's true. Think of it. He was vicious. He was so vicious. He was going after me. I said, I don't even know this guy. And then you had Perry, the nicest guy from Texas. He had a problem, you know, one of the worst debate performances in the history of debates. That was a debate performance you can never, ever live down. But all of a sudden, he became vicious. He goes to Washington to make a major speech on me. I said, what did I do? Because they wanted to pick up. He goes down. Lindsey Graham. I mean, this poor guy. No, the poor guy. Think of it. He's a U.S. Senator, and in South Carolina, I was at 32 or 38, and he was at 2 or 3, and he's the sitting senator. How about Florida? How about Florida? In Florida, I'm at 32 and 28, very high numbers. And a governor, Bush, I mean, honestly, it's over. So many commercials. I can't watch them. He spent millions and millions of dollars. I've spent nothing. I haven't done a commercial. I actually felt badly. No, I actually felt badly. I did a radio commercial, a small one, because the press was killing me. Why aren't you doing more commercials? Why? I said, you got to do a commercial. I don't need it, but we got to do a commercial. So we did actually a pretty good radio commercial. We're going to be doing a lot of commercials, actually. I think, actually, we're going to be doing most of the commercials that if somebody hits me, I'm going to hit them back so hard. Oh, you have no idea. We're going to hit them back 10 times harder than they ever, which is what we should be doing with ISIS and everybody else, okay? Incredible. USA. It's so cute. These people that are pouring in the back, they don't know what they're missing, do they? They don't know. So many things. But Lindsey Graham, disaster. Perry, disaster. All like disasters. Think of this. And a friend of mine said, you know, so far, now let's see, Christie hasn't hit me yet. He will. He has to. He has no choice. He's at 2 or 3. He's got to. He's going to hit me at some point. Rubio's got to hit me. Hey, there's only one way you get to the top, and it's all through Trump. Let's face it. They have to. They have to. Even I think Cruz is going to have to hit me because, you know, he's a nice guy. He's been so supportive. Everything I said, he supported. Every single thing I said. And he's been so supportive, but at some point he's going to have to hit me, right? It's going to be a sad day, but we will hit back. I promise. I promise. But you look at what's going on, and you look at the world, and you see what's happening, and we have to get this right. We can't put a stiff, we can't put a low-energy person, we can't put people, some of whom I've gotten to know, some of whom I respect, some of whom I really don't respect. Some of whom I don't respect. I look at some of the people that are on the dais. I never debated before. Now, in all fairness, every online poll, Drudge, who's terrific, he's a terrific guy, by the way, Drudge. But Drudge does a big poll. Hundreds of thousands of people vote after the debates. Time Magazine. I was just on the cover of Time Magazine, believe me. Other than that, I have no power over Time Magazine. Time Magazine, Slate, they all do these polls. There's like 5 or 6. So we have the debates, every single debate, and believe me, hundreds of thousands. I am not telling people to make phone calls, all right? It's an online poll, which I think are actually better in many respects than when they interview 300 people and they say you're winning. I don't understand 300 people. I do understand 200,000 people, but I don't understand why they interview 297.3. 0.3 is a baby, okay? So I never understood that, but you know what? Whatever, I took that at the Wharton School of Finance. I took that whole thing, and it never made sense to me, but I guess it works, because usually they're right, although in the last number of elections, they've been wrong. I hope they're right? I want them to be right. They got to be right. But you look at these polls, and in the debates, I won all the debates. And I'm saying to myself today, CNN, I'm coming over, and I told you we had this great pastors meeting. This great meeting. Look, the camera just went off from CNN. They know me. I love hitting them while their camera's on. No, I love it. I love it. So CNN gave me the worst story. It was like the meeting never even took place. And it was it was like a love fest. And I said, that's really unfair stuff. So maybe, how would you like to do this? Fox, for the first debate, ended up with 24 to 25 million people, one of the largest in the history of cable, maybe the largest show, I think, in the history of cable. CNN had 23 million people. It was the biggest show in the history of CNN. This isn't me. This is from Showbiz, okay? The biggest ratings in the history of CNN. Biggest. They cover wars, they cover. How about the next debate is with CNN? Now, you have to tell me, because I know what they're going to say. They're going to say, oh, Trump is chicken, okay? How about I tell CNN, who doesn't treat me properly, they don't, they just don't, right? They don't. They really don't. And I have a lot of respect for some of the people over there, but they don't treat me. How about I tell CNN that I'm not going to do the next debate, okay? I'll tell you the problem. You know, we discussed. This is a nice thing. When you're really smart, like really smart like I am, it's true. It's true. It's always been true. No, it's always been true. But I can do these things extemporaneously, so I don't need teleprompters. Like Obama, he walks out, ladies and gentlemen of Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You know how easy that is? You read for a half hour, and I talk for an hour and a half, and I don't have any of that stuff. But the nice thing is you can be very current, current events. You're not reading a speech, and you have to get speech writers to change. I mean, I hear things on the airplane coming over. We can talk about them. But how about we do this with CNN? I won't do the debate unless they pay me $5 million, all of which money goes to the wounded warriors or go to vets. Seriously. I would love to do it. I would love, okay. Let me give you the bad news. So what will happen is they'll say, oh, Trump is chicken. Well, I've done 4 of them, and according to every online poll, I won every one of them. Now, when I turn on the television, and I listen to these, the talking heads who are not smart people at all. They call them elite. My education's better than any of them. I'm smarter than they are. Many of the people in the room are smarter than they are. But the talking heads, I could name them, but actually a couple of them are actually starting to come around, so I got to be careful. I can't set them all the way back again, right? But, guys like Karl Rove, he spends hundreds of millions of dollars on campaigns. He wins nothing. There are some people that are losers, okay? But how about if we do the, no, they're losers. And that's the problem. We can't have that. We can't have that with the Republican Party. We have to get the right people. And we have to win. That's why when I show you this poll, it's a Fox poll, where I beat Hillary, that's what we have to have. And I haven't even started on Hillary yet. Other than I do say no strength, no stamina. But we're CNN. So I say $5 million goes to the wounded warriors and the vets. Okay? Do we like that? Here's the problem. We're winning by a lot. I say we because we're all in this thing. A lot of people say, oh, well, Trump's crowd, they say it over here. Trump's crowd, it was packed. We haven't had, you look at every stadium. Mark Cuban called up, you want to use my arena, the Dallas Maverick. I said, what day is it? Thursday. When can I use it? Monday. I said, 4 days. How many seats? 20,000 seats. We filled it up like a day and a half. And he predicted that. He knew it. There's a feeling. By the way, there's a feeling. But here's the problem. So we're leading in everything. The biggest crowds by far, so much bigger than Bernie Sanders. You always hear about Bernie Sanders, our crowds. No. May he rest in peace. He had an operation today. I think it was a hernia operation. You know? You know why? Carrying around too much tax problems. Because he's going to tax you. He's going to tax you. But let's not even talk tax problem. He wants to double and triple everyone's salary. Wants to bring you up to 90%. 90%. And he wants to bring you because he wants to take. Now what happened is Hillary now has gone way left. And she wants to give everybody free everything, except for the people that pay taxes. You know, somebody has to pay. Somebody has to pay. So it's going to be Hillary. But here's the problem. So with CNN, I said, no, I'm not doing it. Their ratings will go down where they would be. You know, let's say they would have had 1 million people when they have maybe 2 million people and they have 24, 25 million people. The case of Fox, 23. So they're expecting a big audience, December 15th. They're advertising it all over. What I do like, they finally used a beautiful picture of me. Finally. Sometimes the pictures are so bad. They have my chin pulled back, so I look like quadruple chins. They picked the worst, but they picked a good picture. I'm so happy with them. I actually wrote them a letter saying thank you for the first time in about 2 years. But here's what happens. I won $5 million. They were getting $4,000 for a 30-second ad for the last debate. They went from $4,000 to approximately $250,000 for a 30-second ad. That's a lot of money. And then if you remember, CNBC extended their debate by 1 hour 2 days before. They said they're extending it because they were making a fortune. They were totally sold out. And who's the one that said, no way, you're not going to do it? I did. Not because I could stand up there forever. But I said, you're not going to do it. And everybody told me, everybody, this is like the wall. Believe me, we're going to build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for it. Believe me. It's like the wall. Like the wall. It's like the wall. Everyone says, oh, you'll never get Mexico to pay for the wall. So when I did this with CNBC, they were going to make it 3 hours. I said, number one, I can stand up here for 25 hours. I can stand up for 2 days. I don't care. But who the hell wants to watch the same questions over and over and over again, right? For 2.5, 3 hours. So I said, no way. And I said, we're not going to do it. In all fairness, Carson joined in with me. He said, absolutely, I'll go along. And they folded in about 2 seconds. That's supposed to be the business network. They folded quickly. They folded. So with CNN, here's what they'll say. Trump's chicken. He's afraid to debate. He's afraid to debate. And what I don't do, I just talked to Corey and Hope and all of my people. I said, I'd love, because I watched this story on the pastors. It was so terrible. It was done by a reporter sitting right back there. No, it's true. Who by the way, she wasn't even there. She wasn't in Trump Tower. That's where we had a beautiful news conference with all these pastors, and it was like we didn't do anything. I won't mention her name. I don't want to make her any more famous than she is. She's not very famous, believe me. But such a disgusting report. So the problem is they'll say that Trump is chicken. Now, if you're not leading and you're going nowhere, you have nothing to lose. But wouldn't it be bad? I'm leading the polls. I don't do it. I play cute, because you're playing cute, right? It gets out I'm chicken, which I'm not. One thing I'm not is chicken, okay? Remember, every single poll, I won every single poll in the debates, all 4 debates. Check it, folks. You know, I only say what's true, because if I say anything that's even slightly off, the next day I have headlines. Every single poll. But if I do this, it could be he's playing too cute, and maybe I don't do well, and maybe my real polls, which are the polls we're leading by so much, maybe they go down. So should I tell CNN that I'm not doing the debate because they treat me really unfairly? And say, but I will do it if you give $5 million to the vets? Or, well, now I know, with the people in this room, good. And if they covered my whole remarks, good, but they won't. They'll just cover a tiny bit. They won't mention what I just said. So they give you like 3 seconds of this. If I do it, I have a feeling I could face repercussions in the polls. Should I do it or not? I don't know if I want to take the chance. I don't know. You know, it's a little like, okay, we all heard of The Apprentice, right? The Apprentice, one of the greats. I love The Apprentice. So Mark Burnett came up, wanted to do The Apprentice. The show became a tremendous, tremendous hit.
And by the way, the head of Comcast, who's a great guy, Steve Burke, came to my office just before I announced. He wanted to renew for a lot of money. I'll pay whatever. Wanted to renew. And I said, Steve, I think I'm going to run. I wasn't sure, because I wasn't sure until I got down that escalator with my beautiful wife waving. She was more confident than I was, I'll tell you. But she's waving, and I'm saying, am I going to do this? The bottom of Trump Tower, this massive area, you couldn't even see any of the marble because there were so many cameras on it. And I took a deep breath, and I went, let's go. And I did it. And by the way, and in that speech, we announced illegal immigration. We announced a whole pile of things that turned out to be a very, very big deal. A very, very big deal, right? Very big deal. So, build a wall. So what happens? So what happens with The Apprentice is we went on, and they didn't have an option because everybody said, well, Trump isn't going to be, he's not a television star. They did a one-season deal without an option. Very unusual. They didn't want to waste the ink. And critics said, why would anybody want to watch The Apprentice with Donald Trump? And then they said, the worst insult I've ever had. This one critic, a total moron, said, women will never watch. You know, unless women watch the show, it can't be successful, because women make up a big part of the audience. And unless you have big women, and you just can't. The people on television know that. And this one guy said, why would women ever want to watch Donald Trump on television? You believe this is when it first came out. So very insulting. In fact, I said to my wife, am I that bad, darling? Am I that bad? And I said, I've done fine. But the show goes out, and it starts at number 10, it goes to number 8, it goes to number 5. Anyway, many evenings, the number one show on television became this phenomenon. And so what happened is I played chicken, because they didn't have an option. So what happened is NBC came to me, and I read all about Friends, where they made $2 million an episode, and there were, how many of them? 5 or something, right? Jennifer Aniston, all of them. And they had like a union, but they made a lot of money per episode. I would have not formed that union. If I were Jennifer, maybe I would have asked for more, but that's okay. She's a team player. So what happens? What happens? I said, I know nothing. My agent told me don't do The Apprentice in the first place. It's not going to work. So I fired him. I said, you know, the show just went to number 1. No, I fired my agent. So I'm stuck without an agent. But I read all about these ridiculous salaries at these television stars, and I asked for a tremendous salary. I said, look, I have the hottest show on television. You remember that season 1, in particular, the final episode? I think it was second after the Super Bowl, had tremendous numbers of people watching it. And I said, all right, I'll do this myself. This is too simple. And so I asked for a crazy number. And they said no. They turned me down. And I said, man, I just blew it. And 2 days later, they called me back. We'll give it to you. Okay? And I said, why? They paid me a fortune. You saw the money I made on The Apprentice. I had to file it. How much was it? $213 million. You believe that? Nobody believes it. I don't believe it. I mean, to be honest, I had to file it. You know, I had to file my statements. Everybody said, well, maybe he's not as big as people think, and you know what's going to happen, and he won't file. Well, I filed, and I was much bigger. And by the way, I don't say that. Bigger, better, stronger, low debt, tremendous cash flow, numbers that I wouldn't have ever believed even 15 years ago. I built a great company. The reason I say that isn't for ego, it's because this is the mentality, this is the thinking that we need for our country to make us great again. So, just to finish, and then we're going to get back onto that, but just to finish, I said to the head of NBC, why did you fold? Because I love business, you know. I love to know, why did people fold like little people? Why did they fold? So I said, why did you fold? He said, you know, we weren't, and we started interviewing other people, but in the end, we didn't want to take a chance, okay? And it's the same thing with us. It's the same thing with us. We are going to do something so strong and so bold, but we can't take a chance and pick the wrong president. We can't pick a woman who is totally embroiled in scandal for her whole life. Whitewater. No, think of it. Whitewater. Whitewater was no different. Everybody that studied it, they did a book on it. She should have been indicted. She should have been indicted. How about, wasn't it the cattle futures? The cattle futures, right? Where her numbers went up, like she made a massive amount of money in like
1 week. And guys that do this professionally all their lives, they've never made that. The whole thing is a scandal. The whole thing is corrupt. It's corrupt, and it has been. You look at the foundation, you look at everything. It's been so bad for so long. We can't do that. We can't get involved in that stuff anymore. And honestly, it's true. She'll say hello to people. She disappears for 5 days. I don't disappear for 5 days. Tomorrow I'm going someplace else. I'm all the time. All the time I'm going. We need tremendous stamina. We need tremendous strength. And this is women, men, you know what I'm talking about. We need strength, we need stamina, and we need smarts. We don't need just a tough person. Because I know tough guys. I know tough guys. I know tough people. And tough is no good. Tough is no good without the brain power. You need the brain. You need the brain. But we need the toughness too. We need General Patton. We need General Patton. I mean, our armed services today are so politically correct that a guy like General Patton, who is a vicious, ruthless, horrendous human being, who cursed and spat and it spit in people's faces, who cares? He was great. And by the way, his troops would go to hell for him. His troops would go to hell, Mad Dog. His troops would go to hell for him. Or we need General Douglas MacArthur. In the history of West Point, one of the greatest intellects, and he was a totally different type, but he was a guy that only understood winning. That's what he understood. We don't need these guys that I see on television all the time talking about ISIS is very tough. ISIS is tough. There's 60,000 people. We got them through horrible planning. That whole thing with Iraq, again, got to be given points. I said in 2003, 2004, don't go in. And now, I am by far, and we have a lot of vets. I love you, vets. I love you. A lot of vets. We have a lot of vets in this room. And we're going to take care of our vets. We are going to really take care of our vets. You know, we put in a plan recently. We're going to take care of our vets. But we have to have people that don't talk. We don't want talkers. We want doers. We want people that know what's happening. I see on television all these generals, they're talking about, yes, well, then we're going to do this. I see Obama a couple of weeks ago. We are going to send 50 men to Iraq or to Syria. And then he said, where are we sending those men, by the way? Why would a president or I didn't say it. I didn't say that. Go ahead, say it again, but louder. Very rude. They're very rude in Georgia, aren't they? You heard what he said. Well, there's something going on because some of these decisions are hard to believe. So he announces that he's sending 50 men over, and maybe some women, I don't know. But he's sending 50 people over, our finest. Why would you do that? Why would you say anything? Because now they're being hunted. Now they've got targets on their back. Now the enemy knows they're going over there. Why would you say that? They're being hunted like wild dogs. They're being hunted. Why would you say that you're sending 50 people? And it's, you know, the interesting thing, it's not even good psychologically because 50 is not the number. I mean, 50 people. So it's not even good from that standpoint. It's not like we're sending 100,000 people. 50 people, they probably say, wow. Well, number one, we're going to get those 50 if we're the enemy, right? Number one, we're going to get those 50 and we're going to make them look real bad. And number two, 50 people. How stupid is this? Okay? If you're going to do it, either do it or don't do it. But you have to either do it or you don't do it. Their strategy is totally wrong. So I write the book, 2000, The America We Deserve. You saw that, right? Did you see the book? Does anybody have that book? The America We Deserve in the year 2000. And I talk about Osama bin Laden because he was a terrorist with a big fat mouth and he was going around saying the destruction he's going to do. And I said in the book, 2 years before the World Trade Center came down, you better do something about this guy, Osama bin Laden. I said something about he's going to crawl into Iraq and come back. And a couple of people said, man, Trump actually called Osama. He did. He came back. He knocked down the World Trade Center with thousands and thousands of lives and people still dying and families still suffering because they lost people. This was the worst attack. This was worse than Pearl Harbor because at least that was an attack on the military. This was an attack on innocent people working in an office and having lunch up on top of the world. This was an attack on civilians, the worst attack in the history of the country. And we could have done something about it. We could have done something if we had leaders, if we had smart people. We could have done something about that. Osama bin Laden was out there. I wrote about him in my book. He was out there. You don't go out and say we're sending 50 men. Here's another thing. Bush started a war. Shouldn't have been started. You're going to destabilize the whole Middle East. That's what happened. And I said it. 2003, 2004, Reuters has a big article on top. Trump says totally against the war. Not because I would be against, but because you have to know, I'm going to build a military so strong, so powerful, so great, that we'll never have to use it. We're never going to have to use it. We don't want to use it. We don't want to use it. Look, in many ways, the military and building it up is the cheapest thing we can do. Because it's like the tough guy. You never really want to go against the tough guy. You know, you get the tough, we grow up and we all know what we're talking about. But I'm the tough guy. Well, hopefully I'm the smart guy. We have to have cunning, we have to have guile, we have to have a lot of different qualities. But we can't keep going with these all-talk, no-action politicians who are paid off by their PACs. They're paid off by the PACs. They're controlled like little puppets by their PAC. We can't keep going like this. We owe $19 trillion. That's now going to be $21 trillion. It's a number that's absurd. It's a number that who would have even thought this is possible? China's ripping us on trade. Japan is killing us on trade. With China, we're losing $450 billion on an imbalance a year. With Japan, it's $70 billion a year. Mexico's 45. That's why people say, I told you before, I say they're going to build a wall. You know why? Because they're making a fortune, Mexico. I love the Mexican people. I respect Mexico. I respect their leaders, but their leaders are so much smarter than our leaders. You stay in Mexico 1 extra day, they have 5 soldiers escort you out of the country. And yet they send everybody over that they don't want. People go through Mexico, keep going. The dummies in the United States are going to take you. A woman's pregnant. She has a baby. She steps over the border. She has a baby. It's an American citizen. We take care of the baby for 85 years, okay? No more. And I attacked that. Anchor babies. I attacked it. And I attacked it strong. And it turned out I was right. I didn't even know that at the time. Because everybody said, all of these dumbass politicians said, oh no, oh no. That's what they are. They're good at one thing. I'll tell you what. They're good at one thing. Getting reelected. I mean, I have to deal with them. A guy like Kasich, this guy's nothing. These are people that should not be on the stage. These are people, it's an embarrassment to have some of them on the stage. And some are very good. I'll be honest. I'm not going to tell you who because I want you to vote for me. But there are some that are very good. But there are some that should not be on the stage. I mean, you have a guy like Pataki. He doesn't even register in certain areas where you have to register. And he's going to be back on the stage. If I'm running the Republican Party, and if somebody's not registered, let's say in Virginia or let's say in South Carolina, because they don't want to pay the fee or because they can't get some signatures on a ballot, and he can't register because it's now the time limit, so you don't have South Carolina or you don't have Virginia, you're not going to be on the debate stage with us. But they don't do anything about it. They don't do anything about it. So we have to get tougher. We have to get smarter. We have to really run this country with love and with heart, and we have to take care of people that are sick, and we have to take care of people that need help. We have to get better health care. Obamacare is a disaster. It's a disaster. Obamacare is going to be repealed and replaced with something so much better. So much better. So much better. I don't know if you saw recently where premiums are going up 35, 45, 55%. People can't afford them. The coverage is horrible. The deductibles are so high that unless you're dead, you can't use it. Okay? You can't use it. It's useless. It's useless. It's terrible. And it was all a big lie 28 times. You can have your doctor, you can have your plan, you can have whatever the hell you want. And frankly, the Democrats are going to pay a big price because I don't know if you've been reading the papers lately, but Obamacare is in big, big trouble, financial trouble. They have to be bailed out big league by Congress. They're going to have to be bailed out big, big league in 17. Now, unfortunately, you're going to have a new president. I'm going to inherit this stuff. I got all these problems to fix, but I'll fix them, believe me. Believe me. But here's the... But here's the problem. The Democrats, at least we know where they're coming from, right? These Republicans, we send them to Washington. And I support them. I give a lot of money, all that stuff. But we send them to Washington, and they get down there, and they don't do the job that they campaigned for. They say, we're going to end Obamacare, right? I don't know if you have any of this area, but probably you do. We're going to end Obamacare. We're going to do this. We're going to strengthen up our military. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to take care of our vets. They talk, and they talk, and they talk. Now they get down to these gorgeous halls with the beautiful marble columns and the angels on the ceiling, right? And he looks at his wife, and he says, we finally hit the big time, darling. Oh, we finally. And it comes to a vote on Obamacare. Everybody raises their hand. I mean, look at this last budget. This last budget was approved so fast, and we have to raise $2 trillion because of this budget. When you do the budget, you're supposed to start the following morning on negotiating because you don't have enough time. Then they say close down government. Everybody's afraid of closing down the government. And you know the funny thing? I wrote The Art of the Deal. The funny thing is that nobody's going to be blamed for closing down the government but Obama. When people read the history books, they're not going to say Boehner closed down. Nobody's going to know who Boehner is. They're going to say during the Obama administration, the government closed down. He was a horrible president. It's true. It's true. They're going to say he was a horrible president. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. He was a tremendous divider because he's the most divisive human being I think I've ever seen. And the one thing a lot of us thought, including me, I said, you know what? He's not going to be a good president. But you know what? He will unify, perhaps, the country. And he'll bring white and African American and everybody. He'll bring them all together. And you know what? That turned out to be totally wrong. It's never been worse. And when I met today with the African American pastors, never been worse than it is today. And frankly, if you're African American youth, 51 to 55% unemployed, I mean, everything is bad. The man has been a horrible president. He's been horrible. To a point where people that would never vote Republican come up to my office and they want to really talk turkey, and it's hard for them. They always go Democrat, and it's hard for them. But they come up to my office because they really want help. So he's been a great divider. He's been an incompetent president. Everything he touches turns to you-know-what. No, everything. Everything. Think of it. We don't have victories anymore, right? We don't have victories. When's the last time we had a victory? We don't have victories anymore. Our health care is no good. It's a disaster. Our trade with all of these countries is no good. Our borders are like sieves. People are just pouring in. We have sanctuary cities, which, by the way, will end very quickly, okay? When I made the speech in Trump Tower that I'm going to run, and I gave up a lot, because what I gave up is far more than any campaign is going to cost. I'm talking now in dollars. I gave up a tremendous amount, including shows and everything else. But I gave up a lot. You know, a politician gives up nothing. They run, they lose, they win, they run again. Totally controlled by their donors, by special interests, and by lobbyists, totally. And there's a story, and I have to tell you, because this is like, and I've been saying it for a long time, I think we had either 9 or 11 super PACs formed for me. Trump super PAC. One of them was the Art of the Deal PAC, the Art of the Deal. So people give money. You know, and a lot of these people that form the super PAC have no money. Maybe I'll give you a good idea, right? You go form a super PAC, keep all the money for yourself. So I'm saying to myself, I wonder, when people send to the Art of the Deal super, they probably think I'm running it. Well, we're not supposed to run it. I'm not running it. And I see these 2 young guys are on television, and I see others. And they're all talking about these super, nothing to do with it. We sent legal letters to all of these super PACs to close your doors, close up. I would have had hundreds of millions of dollars if I wanted to have a super PAC and if I wanted to have other people fund my campaign. I don't want other people to fund my campaign. No, I don't want them. Because nobody knows the game better than me. We take the small contributions because I have to. I mean, I have people sending me $21, $17, $28, $100, and you have to, those are people that are in love with this country. And you have to take it's called small, like tiny contributions. But these are people that really want to invest in this country, in the greatness of the country. And frankly, to send the money back would cost more than some of the checks that come in. You wouldn't even know. And there's no letter I can write to a woman who sent in $17.50 with a 4-page letter. 4-page letter. So proud that she sent this money. There's no letter that I can write where she's not insulted. I have turned down tens of millions of dollars. And you know, most of those guys have gone to other campaigns because they want to, I mean, they're like horse players in a certain way, but they also want access and they want power. And I said, I don't want to take your money. I'm not going to take your money. So here's the story. It was just on the front page of the Los Angeles Times. A super PAC called American Legacy raised $6 million. Now this is, I guess it's a Carson or Carson-oriented super PAC, right? Of the $6 million, only $140,000 was left for the campaign. No, but this is the same with Bush, maybe not as bad. It's the same with Rubio. It's the same with all of them. Or most of them, I guess. Maybe a couple of them do it properly. But the consultants and the fundraisers and all of these people, they take the money. They're professionals. They make money better than being a real estate broker, to be honest with you. I mean, I'll probably give a lot of people in the audience an idea, but it's better than being a real estate broker. So think of it, Jeb Bush. Yeah, Jeb, he's another beauty. Jeb Bush the other day said, Donald Trump, you know, he's trying to talk tough now because I said he's got no energy, right? I call him a low energy person, so now he wants to be a tough guy. It doesn't work. You can't be tough if you're not tough, you know? We know that. He should be himself. If he's himself, he'd do better. Can't do any worse. But Jeb Bush the other day said, Donald Trump doesn't have the right tone to be president, the tone. And I said to he goes, who cares? That's very good. Who cares is right. So here's the story. So they're chopping off our people's heads in the Middle East, right? They're drowning people in cages. We're like living in medieval times. We can't waterboard. They asked me the other day, do you see that? They chop off heads. And one of the announcers asked me the other day, one of the talking heads actually, said, Mr. Trump, what do you think of waterboarding? What do you think of it? Right? I said, what do I think of waterboarding? Well, do you want to go a step further than waterboarding? Because I'm okay with that too. I said, you know, they're chopping off everybody's heads. Every day you see it. James Foley, great parents. I made a contribution to the people and to the parents, and because they did the Foley Foundation, and I got to know them and him, and through them. And he was like this great person. He was the first. And I said, you know, I think ISIS made a terrible mistake. When they did that, they created this tremendous hatred. Well, now they're doing it all over the place. And we haven't done anything about it. And we have a president that doesn't even want to mention Islamic problems. Doesn't want to mention it, okay? Right? No, he doesn't want to mention it. He doesn't want to say You know, when you think about it, he doesn't want to use the terms. He doesn't want to say what it is. And you can't cure a problem if you're not going to say what the problem is. You just can't cure it. So we have a terrorism problem like probably there hasn't been. We're fighting a war like we've never fought. Of course, he's not saying it's a war either, but we're fighting a war where they're blowing up airplanes, where they're doing things like what you just saw in Paris and other places. And we have a president that refuses to use proper terminology. And why that is, nobody can really tell me that one, okay? Why that one? This audience is amazing. I wish everybody... I wish everybody could hear. You know, when you think of radical, right? Radical, Muslim, anything you want to say. But it's a problem. And it's a problem that has to be addressed, whether it's Muslim extremists or not. You have to say what it is. And that's what it is. That's what it is. Even at a soccer game recently, you saw that the other day where they had a soccer game, they had 1 minute of silence for the people that were just absolutely bludgeoned, absolutely what they did in Paris. And people are yelling things from the audience, things that weren't supposed to happen. And the players were unbelievably embarrassed, and it was a great embarrassment. You don't get a lot of reporting on it, but most of you have heard about it. That was last week. So we need strength, we need power, we need smarts. We're going to redo this country. We're going to make it better than it's ever been before. I really believe that. I really believe it. I really believe it. I really believe it. Well, thank you. The other day, I read on the headline of one of the newspapers, the number of migrants crossing the Rio Grande is through the roof. You know, we've been hearing, oh, well, it's not. Tremendous increase. The number of migrants crossing the Rio Grande. Our country has no borders. If you don't have borders, you don't have a country. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, and I'll tell you this. If I didn't, at the base of Trump Tower in New York, if I didn't talk about illegal immigration, I don't even think you'd be talking about it right now. You had Kate in San Francisco. You had Jamil, this young, incredible guy that was going to go to, he was a football player, a good student. His father, I've gotten to know him, an unbelievable man. And his son was shot and killed walking home with a sandwich for his father from the deli. He was going to go on a scholarship to one of the great colleges, maybe Stanford, on a football scholarship. The apple of the father's eye. And he called up his father. And he said, Pop, he called him Pop. I'll be home in a couple of minutes. I'm right outside. I've got your sandwich. And then a minute later, Jamil Shaw, Sr., heard 3 or 4 gunshots ring out, and he knew it was his son. And this was a guy that walked up to his son, held a gun to his head, and pulled the trigger right through the head. And when the boy went down, he went like this, and he shot him again and blew his hands off. An illegal immigrant that came over. Kate, the same thing. In Los Angeles a few weeks ago, a woman, 66-year-old veteran, raped, sodomized, and killed by an illegal immigrant. We've got to get our country back, folks. We've got to get, and by the way, these are 3 instances. These are 3. There are thousands and thousands and thousands. It's horrible. It's horrible. And the Border Patrol, I was over there not long ago in Laredo, Texas. And the Border Patrol, these are great people. And they're told, stand down, stand down. These guys are fantastic people. They'd love to do their job. They can't do their job. They're not allowed to do their job. And people are pouring into the country. And now we have Syrians that look awfully strong. No, can't do it. Hey, look, we all have a heart. And you know what I'm all for? I'm all for building safe zones in Syria. which is much less expensive. And believe it or not, they'd rather be there. You know, I have thousands of employees. And I have employees from parts of the world, all legally here, by the way. Oh, have I been tested? I have these guys going to reporters to every place. Have I been tested? But I have, and I don't know, maybe somebody sneaks in. Believe me, they'll find it if they do. But I have from all over. But you know, it's funny. They come from countries that you wouldn't think much of. You would never think that you'd want to go. Their big ambition is to make money here and go back to their country. They want to go back to their country. And I understand that. I understand that. They want to go home. They want to be back with their mothers and their fathers and their soil and their plants, even if the plant is not the kind of plant that you like. They want to go home to their country. And I understand that. And the fact is, if you build safe zones, and boy, do you have plenty of land over there, but if you build safe zones, and you got to get the Gulf states, as an example, Saudi Arabia makes $1 billion a day. Now, that was a couple of months ago when oil was high, so let's say they make a half. They make $1 billion a day. So much money, they don't know what to do with it. I know them. They're wonderful people that treat me nicely. They buy my apartments. I love them, okay? But you know what? The money is enormous. We don't have money. We're a debtor nation. We got to get them to put up money. We defend them. We defend Germany. We defend Japan. We defend South Korea. And they're right next to the maniac. This guy's a maniac. We have 28,000 soldiers. We defend, they give us like nothing. If you want to buy a television, LG, Samsung, Sharp, they all come. I bought thousands and thousands of televisions in the last year for different projects, right? Can you believe I'm running part-time? I'm like running part-time. I'm doing well for a part-timer, right? Oh, by the way, talking about, so wouldn't it be nice? I've spent less money on my campaign than anybody else, and I'm in first place in every poll. Wouldn't that be nice? No. But wouldn't it be nice if the country could do the same thing? Wouldn't it be nice? As an example, at first I said, you know, I have to spend more money. It doesn't look that good. I haven't spent that much. And then somebody said to me, you know what really is great? I don't know if anybody ever heard of Charles O. Finley. He owned the Oakland A's, right? He had the lowest payroll in baseball, and he won the World Series 3 times in a row. He had a young Reggie Jackson, a young catfish hunter, and George Steinbrenner, who was one of my best friends and a great guy. But he used to just buy his players all the time, and George told me this guy is a genius. He had the lowest payroll in baseball, and he won the World Series 3 times. And he'd sell his players for a fortune, and he'd replace them with guys who were just as good. Wouldn't it be great if our country could run like that? Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't that be great? Do you remember for the last, because a lot of the people in this room know what I'm saying, and they've been following us. Do you remember when I've been saying oil, attack the oil, right? I've been saying that now for what, 4 years? But I say more. I say attack the oil and then keep it. These guys attack it, but they don't want to keep it because they're stupid. So for 4 years I've been saying attack the oil, attack the wealth of ISIS, attack the wealth. And they all said, oh, that would be ridiculous. Obama actually had one of his generals say, well, that wouldn't be a good military. I said, wait a minute. They're making much of their money from oil. They're making a lot from banking. And who knows better about attacking banks than I do? I'm one of the all-time pros of history. Okay? Got to attack the banks. Money's pouring in from banks illegally. Money is pouring in. And the banks will stop it because I know the games. These politicians don't know anything. But I've been saying, attack the oil, attack the oil. They've been saying, that doesn't make sense. That's not a good strategy. I actually heard the other day that attacking the oil is a bad idea because it's environmentally not sensitive. Can you believe this? No, attack the oil because what's going to happen is you're going to have fires, you're going to have smoke going, and they don't want to do it for environmental reasons. Can you believe the incredible incompetence? Okay. So I've been saying that is a serious consideration as to why they didn't attack the oil, just to show you how stupid our leaders are. And these people want to kill all of us. So I've been saying attack the oil. Well, after Paris and right at Paris, finally, and it was France that did it. Can you believe it was France that led the attack? Which I'm happy about. But they finally started attacking the oil, and only one person back there said, you know, that was Trump's idea a long time ago, and he's been saying it every chance I got. But I said one other thing. I said, attack the oil, go in there, recapture, get ExxonMobil, get a couple of these great companies, they'll rebuild the infrastructure. Don't worry about the infrastructure. These companies are amazing. Half of you probably work there. They're amazing companies. They will rebuild it so fast, and they'll build it new and nice. We'll encircle it, we'll make a fortune, and we'll give a percentage of that money to the families of the soldiers of Iraq and other places that were killed and so badly wounded. We'll give a percentage of that money to the wounded warriors, and we'll take care of our people. But these guys don't want to do it. You know, in the old days, to the victor, you know you're a military man. I can see it. Stands up straight, great guy. But I can see it. To the victor belong the spoils, right? We don't do that. We don't do that. We're so dumb. We go in, bomb the hell out of places, win, then we leave. And how about Obama? So he talked about the 50, but how about this one? When he gave the exact date when we're pulling out. Okay, how about that? And I said, wait a minute. It must be some kind of a game. I thought maybe he's playing a game. That he didn't mean it. Because if he doesn't mean it, he'll get him by surprise. See, our country needs the word unpredictable. We're totally predictable. He announces the 50. He announces next week we'll be bombing a certain city. In the meantime, it turns out to be hell on wheels because they're so prepared. Because whatever he says turns out to be right. You'd think he'd be leading them. So what happens is Obama comes out and he said, we're leaving Iraq on a certain day. And he meant it. So what happens? And believe me, they don't want to be killed. You know, you read all about they're going up. They don't want to be killed. They don't want to be killed if they can avoid it. So they pull back. They say, wait a minute, this guy, how stupid is he? He's told us when he's leaving. What do we have to fight for? They're leaving soon. So they pull back, and we think we're doing great because they pull back. And then we leave, and then they go and do whatever they want. And by the way, ISIS came because we had no control over the people that took over Iraq. They wouldn't let ISIS have their fair share. And what happened is ISIS became more vicious by far than them. And more vicious than Saddam Hussein, by the way, who didn't have weapons of mass destruction. So what happens is we have a president that told them the exact date that we're pulling out. All right? Now you tell me, how stupid is that? And now they have a war going on where they don't know what they're doing. They're fighting Syria, but Syria's fighting ISIS, and they're fighting together. So we're fighting ISIS, and we're also fighting Syria. So Syria's now saying, wow, I can't believe it. The United States, who's fighting us, is killing our worst enemy, ISIS. We love the United States. And Assad is now on the side of Russia. And because we gave Iran $150 billion, we don't get our prisoners. I don't have to go into it. Maybe the worst deal ever made, ever that I've ever seen of any kind. So now we're fighting Iran. We're potentially fighting Russia. We're fighting ISIS. ISIS is fighting Syria. Syria is fighting. We don't know what the hell we're doing. We have stupid people. You can't fight them both. You got to pick your guy. You got to pick your guy. And I'll tell you who I pick. Assad is a bad guy. We're backing the rebels, just like we did in other places. Okay? We're backing the rebels to go in. Now, who are the rebels? Nobody knows who they are. Some people think the rebels are ISIS, and some people think the rebels are far worse than Assad. So we're backing the rebels. Look what happened in Libya. Look what happened in Iraq. We don't back people, and we give them our equipment. And one shot's fired up in the air, and all our equipment is in the hands of the enemy. This stuff isn't going to happen if Trump gets there. Every single poll. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Every single poll is saying number one by far in leadership. I'm not saying leader, I'm just telling you, I'll be a great leader. But every single poll, you know why I'm going to be a great leader? Because I'm going to win. You know, Vince Lombardi would win. That's why he was a leader. If Vince Lombardi for the Packers lost all the time, he wouldn't have been a leader. Okay? If Coach Belichick, who's a great guy, last night they had a little upset, but that's okay. But Coach Belichick is a winner. These guys, the only way you can be a winner, you can't be a loser and be a leader. You can't. It doesn't work. Because you may get away with it for a little while, but eventually people will say, wait, we keep losing. We want somebody that's going to win. I win. I win. I know how to win. I know how to win. Just like now, we're driving the Republican establishment crazy. 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 They don't know what to do. And the reason they're going crazy is because they want to have their puppets, and I'm not a puppet. And when Ford, you know, which moved to Mexico, when they call me, I'm going to do what's right for you. I'm not going to do what's right for me because I don't care. And I'm not going to do what's right because they were fundraisers and they gave me a lot of money. And when Nabisco, which just moved its big plant to Mexico, wants something, oh, they're going to suffer. Oh, they're going to suffer. Okay? And when the fundraisers and the lobbyists and the special interests see me about Nabisco, I'm going to do what's right for you. So, really, in a nutshell, it's been great being with you tonight. It's like this all over. It's like the enthusiasm, the love, the incredible everything. It's like this all over. We have an amazing country of people that really want to see us be great again. The expression, make America great again, I mean, they really want to see it. We have to get out and vote. Don't believe all this stuff. I think I'm going to win the Hispanic vote. And I frankly don't think it matters. You know, the fact is that if the Republicans got up and voted last time, you would have had a different president. I don't know if you know. Romney let us down. He let us down, and he didn't energize the base. The people were saying, I don't care. I mean, if you don't care between Obama and Romney, that's not doing a good job. We've got to get out. We've got to be energy. If you have a broken leg, a broken back, a broken neck, you have to get up and you have to vote. You've got to go out and vote. And I'll tell you this, and I say this even more strongly now than ever before, because I've gotten to know so many people on the trail. Our country is made up of unbelievable people and spirit. Our country with proper leadership, and I'll give you really proper, we're going to have fun. We're going to have victories. We're going to win. We're going to win so much. We're going to do things. We're going to take care of our people that need it, which Republicans aren't going to ever get credit for, and we're going to do that. We have to do that. Otherwise, I wouldn't even run for office. We're going to have a big, beautiful heart. But we're going to make this country not only great again, we're going to make our country greater than it's ever been before, and we can do it. We can do it. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I love you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And folks, there you go. Donald Trump rally in Macon, Georgia. We're going to show this stream up until about 7 o'clock, and then we encourage you to watch it again if you want on the stream. All you have to do is rewind it, but there will be no Kinsey today. She is off, so our stream will be ending at 7 o'clock. It's been a great time with everyone. Thank you all for watching Donald Trump live rally on fox10phoenix.com. And folks, whenever there is a Donald Trump event, we will be carrying that live for you, Monday through Friday. Once again, folks, thank you all for being part of this Fox 10 Phoenix stream, part of Fox 10 News Now. We really appreciate you guys always watching. This is just yet another Donald Trump rally wrapping up in Macon, Georgia. My name is Mike, and I'm out of here, but you guys have a great, great night. We're going to have a full crew tomorrow. Kinsey's back. Sami is going to set us off at 7 a.m. I'll be in from 11 to 1 and 5 to 7 tomorrow.
Hope to see you guys. Have a great night, everybody.